Beneath the surface of a vast, hidden world, secrets lie buried, mysteries waiting to be uncovered. An ancient ocean, teeming with life so strange it seems mythic. The Ordovician Period. A time when Earth's depths roared with an explosion of wonders long before the age of dinosaurs. 500 million years ago, colossal forces shaped a fragile planet, and life fought to survive in a shifting, brutal world. Marine invertebrates built reefs that echoed with innovation. Jawless fish took their first tentative steps, armored and vulnerable. Predators lurked in every shadow. Cephalopods, trilobites, eurypterids, masters of a deadly game. Land emerged silently, pioneering plants, forging new worlds. Then came catastrophe. Glaciers advanced, seas receded, and life was decimated. The survivors began anew, rewriting history. The echoes of the Ordovician still whisper, reminding us that even the mightiest can fall, and from chaos, new worlds are born. Imagine a world teeming with bizarre and formidable marine life, a world vastly different from our own, yet a crucial chapter in the history of life on Earth. This is the Ordovician Period, a segment of geological time sandwiched between the Cambrian and Silurian periods, both within the Grand Paleozoic era. Understanding its place within this timeline requires a grasp of the boundaries that define it. The Ordovician period began approximately 4 million years ago, following the Cambrian explosion, a period of rapid diversification of life. The starting point is marked by a significant, although not catastrophic, change in fossil records, indicating a shift in the dominant life forms and ecological structures. This boundary is formally defined by the first appearance of the conodont Eopetognathus fluctivagus, a primitive, eel-like chordate with tooth-like elements. In the geological record, the Ordovician concluded around 8 million years ago, culminating in one of the most severe mass extinction events in Earth's history. This end Ordovician extinction, believed to be caused by a combination of factors including glaciation and sea level changes, wiped out a significant percentage of marine species. The boundary is marked by a major faunal turnover, with many characteristic Ordovician groups disappearing from the fossil record, paving the way for the rise of new forms in the Silurian period. Within the Grand Paleozoic era, the Ordovician represents a dynamic phase of transition. Following the Cambrian's burst of evolutionary innovation, the Ordovician saw the establishment of more complex and diverse ecosystems. Marine invertebrates, such as trilobites, brachiopods, and corals, flourished, and the first evidence of terrestrial life, in the form of plant spores, began to appear. It was a period of significant geological and climatic change, setting the stage for the subsequent evolution of life on land and in the seas. As we delve deeper into the Ordovician, it's essential to consider the dynamic geological forces at play. The distribution of continents and oceans during the Ordovician period played a crucial role in shaping the environment and influencing the course of evolution. The period witnessed major tectonic events, including the ongoing formation of Gondwana and the expansion of the Iapetus Ocean, all of which profoundly impacted the planet's climate and the distribution of life. The Ordovician period, spanning from roughly 485 to 444 million years ago, witnessed dramatic shifts in Earth's geological landscape, profoundly influencing the distribution of land masses and oceans. Tectonic activity was particularly vigorous, setting the stage for significant evolutionary changes in marine life. One of the defining tectonic events of the Ordovician was the ongoing formation of Gondwana, a supercontinent that amalgamated most of the land masses in the southern hemisphere. This process, which had begun in the late Cambrian, continued throughout the Ordovician as continents like South America, Africa, Australia, Antarctica, and India gradually coalesced. The growth of Gondwana had far-reaching effects, impacting global sea levels and ocean currents, and thus influencing marine habitats. Simultaneously, the Iapetus Ocean, a vast body of water separating Laurentia, Proto-North America, from Baltica, Proto-Northern Europe, and Avalonia, a microcontinent including parts of present-day Europe and North America, began to shrink. This closure was driven by the subduction of the Iapetus Ocean's floor beneath these continental plates. As Laurentia, Baltica, and Avalonia converged, volcanic island arcs formed, contributing to the complex geological tapestry of the period. The eventual collision of these landmasses in the late Ordovician and early Silurian would mark the beginning of the Caledonian orogeny, a major mountain-building event. These tectonic realignments had profound consequences for global geography and oceanography. The changing positions of continents altered patterns of ocean circulation, influencing the distribution of nutrients and heat around the globe. Shallower epicontinental seas expanded across continental platforms, creating new habitats for marine organisms. The shifting arrangement of land masses also played a crucial role in shaping regional climates, setting the stage for the environmental conditions that would influence the evolution and diversification of life during this pivotal period. The interplay between tectonic activity, continental configurations, and ocean dynamics created a dynamic and ever-changing world, demanding adaptation and innovation from the marine organisms that thrived within it. The Ordovician Period, spanning from approximately 485, 4 to 443, 8 million years ago, was characterized by significant climatic shifts that profoundly impacted marine environments and the life they harbored. Following the generally warm conditions of the Cambrian, the Ordovician began with a relatively warm and stable climate, fostering the diversification of marine life. Sea levels were exceptionally high, creating vast epicontinental seas that covered large portions of the continents. These extensive shallow marine environments provided ample habitat for the burgeoning marine ecosystems. However, the Ordovician was not without its climatic challenges. The period experienced a gradual cooling trend, culminating in the late Ordovician glacial event, one of the most significant ice ages of the Paleozoic era. This dramatic shift in climate had far-reaching consequences for marine life. The cooling waters led to changes in ocean circulation patterns, affecting nutrient distribution and oxygen levels. Many species, particularly those adapted to warmer conditions, faced extinction pressures. The impact of the late Ordovician glaciation is evident in the fossil record. Reef ecosystems, which had flourished in the warm Ordovician seas, suffered significant setbacks. The distribution of marine organisms shifted as species sought refuge in more favorable environments. The end Ordovician mass extinction, one of the Big Five extinction events in Earth's history, was directly linked to these climatic changes and associated sea level fluctuations. Organisms that had thrived in the stable, warm conditions of the early and middle Ordovician were ill-equipped to cope with the sudden cooling and glacial expansion. These climatic dynamics set the stage for a world teeming with new forms of life, building upon the foundations laid by a pivotal event in evolutionary history. The rapid diversification of life during the Cambrian explosion played a crucial role in shaping the biodiversity of the Ordovician period. The Cambrian explosion, a period of rapid diversification of life that occurred roughly 541 to 530 million years ago, laid the foundation for the evolutionary trajectory of the Ordovician period. During the Cambrian, most of the major animal phyla appeared, establishing the basic body plans that would be refined and diversified in subsequent eras. This burst of evolutionary innovation filled ecological niches and paved the way for the complex ecosystems that characterized the Ordovician. The significance of the Cambrian explosion lies in its creation of a toolkit of anatomical and physiological features that Ordovician organisms could then adapt and modify. Organisms entered the Ordovician period already equipped with the fundamental building blocks for success. This head start allowed for an unprecedented level of experimentation in body forms, feeding strategies, and ecological interactions during the Ordovician. The influence of the Cambrian explosion on Ordovician biodiversity is profound. The Ordovician saw a dramatic increase in the diversity of marine life, often referred to as the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event, GOBE. This event built upon the foundation established in the Cambrian, with many Cambrian lineages radiating and diversifying into new forms. For instance, trilobites, which originated in the Cambrian, experienced a major diversification during the Ordovician, adapting to a wide range of ecological niches. Similarly, brachiopods, another group that appeared in the Cambrian, became abundant and diverse in the Ordovician seas. The Cambrian explosion not only provided the raw material for Ordovician diversification, but also shaped the ecological landscape. The emergence of predators in the Cambrian, such as Anomalocaris, led to an arms race that drove the evolution of defensive structures and behaviors. This dynamic continued into the Ordovician, with the further development of predator-prey relationships influencing the structure and function of marine ecosystems. The stage was set for the Ordovician drama to unfold. The Ordovician period stands as a pivotal chapter in the history of life. As we delve deeper, it's important to consider what we currently know about this period and what questions remain unanswered. What is the current scientific understanding of the Ordovician period? And what are some of the ongoing debates and areas of research? Our current scientific understanding of the Ordovician period paints a picture of dynamic change and burgeoning biodiversity, far removed from earlier depictions of a relatively static early Paleozoic world. Through advances in radiometric dating, chemostratigraphy, and high-resolution paleontology, we now recognize the Ordovician as a time of significant climatic shifts, tectonic activity, and evolutionary radiations. The period is no longer viewed as a mere prelude to the Silurian, but as a pivotal chapter in the history of life, marked by unique ecosystems and evolutionary innovations. Despite these advances, numerous debates and active research areas persist. One prominent area of contention revolves around the precise drivers of the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event. While increased oxygen levels and warmer temperatures are often cited, the relative importance of these and other factors, such as nutrient availability and changes in ocean chemistry, remains hotly debated. Researchers are also actively investigating the role of ecological interactions, including predation and competition, in shaping the composition and structure of Ordovician communities. The discovery of exceptionally preserved fossil assemblages, like the Fezuata biota in Morocco, continues to provide new insights into the morphology, ecology, and evolutionary relationships of Ordovician organisms, fueling ongoing debates about the timing and tempo of early animal evolution. Another significant area of research focuses on the Ordovician Silurian extinction event, one of the largest mass extinctions in Earth's history. Scientists are working to unravel the complex interplay of factors that led to this catastrophic loss of biodiversity, including the role of glaciation, sea level changes, and ocean anoxia. High-resolution studies of sedimentary rocks and fossil assemblages are helping to refine the timing and magnitude of the extinction event, as well as to identify the groups of organisms that were most severely affected. Understanding the causes and consequences of this extinction event is crucial for informing our understanding of present-day biodiversity crises and the potential impacts of ongoing climate change. The Ordovician world was not static. Global sea levels experienced significant fluctuations. How did these sea level changes influence the distribution and evolution of marine life during this transformative period? The Ordovician period was a dynamic era marked by significant sea level fluctuations that profoundly reshaped marine habitats and influenced the course of early life. These sea level changes, driven by a combination of tectonic activity, glacial cycles, and changes in ocean basin volume, had far-reaching consequences for the distribution, evolution, and diversification of marine organisms. During the early Ordovician, sea levels were generally high, creating extensive shallow marine environments across vast continental platforms. These warm, sunlit seas provided ideal conditions for the proliferation of diverse invertebrate communities, including trilobites, brachiopods, corals, and early cephalopods. As the period progressed, sea levels began to fluctuate more dramatically. Major glacial events in the late Ordovician, particularly in the Gondwana region, caused significant drops in sea level, leading to the exposure of large areas of continental shelf. These regressions had a devastating impact on marine habitats. Shallow water environments, which had teemed with life, were drastically reduced, leading to widespread extinctions and ecological disruption. Many species, unable to adapt to the changing conditions, disappeared from the fossil record, marking one of the major extinction events in Earth's history. The reduction in habitat availability also increased competition for resources among surviving species, further exacerbating the crisis. Conversely, periods of sea level rise, driven by the melting of glaciers and tectonic subsidence, led to the inundation of coastal areas and the creation of new marine habitats. These transgressions opened up new opportunities for colonization and diversification, as marine organisms expanded their ranges and adapted to the newly available environments. The fluctuating sea levels created a mosaic of different habitats, ranging from shallow water reefs to deeper offshore environments, fostering the evolution of new ecological niches and the diversification of marine life. The dynamic interplay between sea level changes and marine habitats during the Ordovician period is recorded in the rocks and sediments deposited at the time. These geological formations, found across the globe, provide valuable insights into the environmental conditions and biological communities that thrived during this pivotal era in Earth's history. The Ordovician period, a chapter in Earth's history etched in stone, left behind a rich legacy of sedimentary rocks. These formations, like geological time capsules, provide invaluable insights into the environmental conditions and biological activity that defined this era. Limestone, formed from the accumulation of calcium carbonate from the shells and skeletons of marine organisms, is a hallmark of the Ordovician. Extensive limestone deposits, often containing well-preserved fossils, are found in North America, particularly the Appalachian region, Baltica, present-day Scandinavia and the Baltic states, and Siberia. Shale, a fine-grained sedimentary rock composed of clay minerals, is another common Ordovician rock type. Shales often formed in quieter, deeper water environments and can contain the remains of graptolites, an important index fossil for dating Ordovician strata. Ordovician shales are widespread across North America, Europe, and Australia. Sandstone, formed from cemented sand grains, is also present in Ordovician sequences, indicating near-shore or deltaic environments. These sandstones can be found in regions that were once coastal areas or shallow marine shelves, such as parts of the United States, Canada, and Argentina. The distribution of these Ordovician rocks reflects the paleogeography of the time. The supercontinent Gondwana dominated the southern hemisphere, while smaller continents like Laurentia, North America, Baltica, and Siberia were scattered around the equator. The Iapetus Ocean separated Laurentia from Baltica and Avalonia, a microcontinent that would eventually become part of Europe. The sediments that accumulated in these various marine environments eventually lithified into the rocks we find today. The study of these rocks and their contained fossils allows geologists to reconstruct the ancient geography, climate, and marine ecosystems of the Ordovician period. Understanding the sequence and composition of these rock layers is crucial for deciphering the Ordovician timeline. This leads us to consider the subdivisions within the Ordovician and the significant events that characterized each epoch. The Ordovician period, though unified by its dramatic increase in biodiversity, is further divided into the early, middle, and late epochs, each marked by distinct geological and biological events. The early Ordovician, following the Cambrian explosion, continued the diversification of marine life. Sea levels were generally high, creating extensive shallow marine environments ideal for the proliferation of early invertebrate communities. This epoch is characterized by the evolution of the first articulate brachiopods, significant diversification of trilobites, and the appearance of early graptolites, which would become important index fossils for the period. The Middle Ordovician witnessed a further increase in biodiversity and the rise of new ecological strategies. Nautiloid cephalopods, the apex predators of their time, became more prevalent, and the first coral reefs began to form, albeit constructed by now extinct tabulate and rugose corals. A significant event of this epoch was the Tectonic orogeny, a mountain-building event along the eastern margin of Laurentia, present-day North America, resulting in increased erosion and sedimentation into the surrounding seas. The late Ordovician is most notably defined by the Ordovician Silurian extinction event, one of the largest mass extinctions in Earth's history. This epoch saw continued flourishing of diverse marine communities until the onset of glaciation in Gondwana, which led to a significant drop in sea levels and widespread habitat loss. The extinction event itself is thought to have occurred in two phases, the first associated with the initial cooling and sea level fall, and the second during the subsequent warming as the glaciers melted. This catastrophic event drastically reshaped marine ecosystems, paving the way for the Silurian period. Having set the stage with an overview of the Ordovician's timeline and key events, it's time to turn our attention to the period's inhabitants. The Ordovician seas teemed with a remarkable array of invertebrate life, with certain groups achieving unprecedented diversity and ecological importance. Among these, trilobites, brachiopods, and cephalopods stand out as particularly significant. So, let's delve in and explore the major groups of marine invertebrates that flourished during the Ordovician. The Ordovician period, spanning from 485.4 to 443.8 million years ago, witnessed an unprecedented explosion of marine life, often referred to as the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event. This era marked the ascendance of several invertebrate groups that came to dominate the world's oceans, laying the ecological groundwork for future marine ecosystems. Among these, trilobites, brachiopods, and cephalopods stand out as particularly significant. Trilobites, ancient arthropods that had already established themselves in the Cambrian, continued to diversify and flourish in the Ordovician. Their segmented bodies, divided into three lobes, provided flexibility and protection. New forms evolved, exhibiting a wide array of sizes, shapes, and ornamentation. Some developed elaborate spines for defense, while others became adept burrowers, colonizing a variety of marine habitats from shallow coastal waters to deeper ocean environments. Brachiopods, bivalved marine animals resembling clams, experienced a dramatic increase in diversity during the Ordovician. These filter feeders attach themselves to the seafloor using a fleshy stalk, or pedicle. Their shells, composed of calcium carbonate or calcium phosphate, came in various shapes and sizes, reflecting their adaptation to different ecological niches. Articulate brachiopods, with a hinged shell and a complex system of muscles for opening and closing, became particularly abundant and diverse. Cephalopods, the ancestors of modern-day squids, octopuses, and nautiluses, also underwent significant evolutionary radiation during the Ordovician. Nautiloids, characterized by their straight or coiled shells, were among the dominant predators of the time. Some evolved into giants, reaching lengths of several meters, making them formidable hunters in the Ordovician seas. Their ability to control buoyancy through gas-filled chambers in their shells allowed them to move vertically in the water column, expanding their hunting range and ecological influence. The Ordovician period was truly a time of innovation and adaptation in the marine realm, setting the stage for the evolution of even more complex and diverse ecosystems in the eons to come. The success of these invertebrate groups raises an important question. What evolutionary innovations allowed these invertebrate groups to thrive in the Ordovician seas, and how did they adapt to their environments? The Ordovician period witnessed an unprecedented diversification of marine invertebrates, a phenomenon fueled by several key evolutionary innovations. Brachiopods, for instance, developed sophisticated lophophores, intricate filter-feeding structures, which allowed them to efficiently extract nutrients from the water column. This innovation, coupled with the ability to secrete and manipulate robust, protective shells, enabled them to colonize a wide range of benthic habitats, from shallow, turbulent waters to deeper, more tranquille environment. Similarly, the cephalopods, ancestors of modern squids and octopuses, evolved streamlined shells and powerful jet propulsion systems. These adaptations facilitated active predation and rapid movement, granting them a significant advantage in the Ordovician seas. The nautiloids, a dominant group of cephalopods, further refined their buoyancy control mechanisms, allowing them to navigate the water column with greater precision and efficiency. Trilobites, already well established, continued to diversify their morphology and ecological roles. Some developed elaborate spines and tubercles for defense, while others evolved specialized feeding appendages for scavenging or predation. Their compound eyes, providing a wide field of vision, were crucial for detecting predators and prey in the often murky Ordovician waters. The evolution of enrolled defense mechanisms, allowing them to curl into a ball for protection, was another significant adaptation. Echinoderms, including starfish and sea urchins, also underwent significant diversification. The development of a water vascular system, a network of fluid-filled canals used for locomotion, feeding, and respiration, was a key innovation. This system allowed them to exploit a variety of food sources and habitats, from grazing on algae to filter feeding on suspended particles. These evolutionary innovations, coupled with adaptive strategies like shell construction, specialized feeding appendages, and improved sensory organs, allowed various invertebrate groups to flourish in the Ordovician period. The interplay between these diverse groups shaped the structure and function of the marine ecosystem, leading to complex predator-prey relationships and intricate food webs. Understanding the specific ecological roles of these invertebrate groups is crucial to fully appreciate the dynamics of the Ordovician marine environment. The Ordovician period witnessed the diversification of marine invertebrates into a complex web of ecological roles, transforming the seafloor into a vibrant arena of life and death. Dominating the Ordovician seas were the nautiloid cephalopods, formidable predators that grew to enormous sizes. These ancient relatives of modern squids possessed powerful tentacles and sharp beaks, enabling them to hunt a wide range of prey, including trilobites and other invertebrates. Filter feeders also played a crucial role in the Ordovician marine ecosystem. Brachiopods, with their hinged shells, were abundant and diverse, filtering plankton and organic particles from the water column. Bryozoans, colonial animals forming intricate, branching structures, also contributed significantly to filtration, creating habitats and influencing nutrient cycling. Crinoids, or sea lilies, anchored themselves to the seafloor and used their feathery arms to capture food particles, adding to the diversity of filter feeding strategies. Scavengers were essential in breaking down organic matter and recycling nutrients. Trilobites, though preyed upon by nautiloids, also scavenged on the seafloor, consuming decaying organisms and contributing to the decomposition process. Starfish and brittle stars, with their flexible bodies and numerous arms, crawled along the sediment, feeding on detritus and small invertebrates. The presence of these scavengers ensured that energy and nutrients were efficiently utilized within the ecosystem. The Ordovician marine ecosystem was a dynamic and interconnected network of organisms, with predators, filter feeders, and scavengers all playing vital roles in maintaining its stability and productivity. The rise of these diverse invertebrate groups transformed the marine environment, paving the way for future evolutionary innovations and shaping the course of life on Earth. But how did this radiation compare to the Cambrian explosion? The Ordovician radiation dramatically reshaped marine ecosystems, eclipsing the Cambrian explosion in several key aspects. While the Cambrian saw the initial appearance of many animal phyla, the Ordovician witnessed an explosion in diversity within those phyla, coupled with the emergence of entirely new groups. This radiation event established a fundamentally modern marine ecosystem, one dominated by invertebrates that would persist for hundreds of millions of years. Unlike the Cambrian explosion, which was characterized by experimentation with basic body plans, the Ordovician radiation involved a refinement and diversification of existing forms. Entirely new ecological niches were filled, leading to complex food webs and intricate relationships between organisms. Filter feeders, such as bryozoans and crinoids, flourished, transforming the seafloor into a vibrant tapestry of life. Brachiopods diversified extensively, becoming a dominant component of benthic communities. Nautiloids, the apex predators of the Ordovician seas, evolved into a variety of forms, exhibiting sophisticated hunting strategies. Several factors are believed to have driven this surge in biodiversity. The breakup of the supercontinent Pannotia led to increased shallow marine environments, providing ample space for diversification. Rising sea levels and warmer temperatures further expanded habitable zones, allowing marine life to proliferate. Changes in ocean chemistry, including increased calcium concentrations, may have facilitated the widespread development of skeletons and shells. The development of more complex predator-prey relationships also played a crucial role, driving evolutionary arms races that spurred innovation and diversification. The Ordovician radiation was not merely an increase in the number of species, it was a fundamental reorganization of marine life. The ecological dynamics established during this period set the stage for the future evolution of marine ecosystems. Understanding the scale and drivers of the Ordovician radiation is crucial for comprehending the trajectory of life on Earth. But what is the significance of the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event, GOBE, and how did it shape the future of marine life? The Ordovician period, following the relative calm of the Cambrian, witnessed an unprecedented surge in biodiversity known as the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event, GOBE. This explosion of new life forms fundamentally reshaped marine ecosystems and laid the groundwork for the future evolution of life in the oceans. The GOBE represents a pivotal moment in Earth's history, marking a transition from the relatively simple marine communities of the Cambrian to the more complex and diverse ecosystems that characterize the rest of the Paleozoic era. One of the most significant aspects of the GOBE was the dramatic increase in the diversity of marine invertebrates. While the Cambrian explosion saw the initial appearance of many animal phyla, the Ordovician witnessed the diversification of these groups into a myriad of new forms. Brachiopods, bivalves, gastropods, and cephalopods, among others, experienced a burst of evolutionary innovation, filling a variety of ecological niches. The development of new feeding strategies, such as filter feeding and predation, drove further diversification and increased the complexity of food webs. The GOBE also saw the rise of new groups of organisms that would become major players in marine ecosystems for millions of years to come. The trilobites, already present in the Cambrian, continued to diversify and reached their peak diversity during the Ordovician. Corals, which had been present in a simple form in the Cambrian, began to form more complex reef structures, providing habitats for a wide range of other organisms. The emergence of the first jawless fish, the ostracoderms, marked an important step in the evolution of vertebrates and added another layer of complexity to marine ecosystems. The impact of the GOBE on the future of marine life is undeniable. The event established many of the basic body plans and ecological relationships that would characterize marine ecosystems for the rest of the Paleozoic era and beyond. The diversification of marine invertebrates led to increased competition for resources and drove further evolutionary innovation. The development of new reef-building organisms transformed shallow water environments and created new opportunities for diversification. As life flourished in the Ordovician seas, the stage was set for the evolution of even more complex and diverse ecosystems in the ages to come. Considering the rise of reefs during this period, it's natural to wonder, how did the development of reefs change during the Ordovician? And what organisms were responsible for building them? The Ordovician period witnessed a dramatic shift in reef ecosystems, transitioning from the microbial-dominated structures of the Cambrian to more complex frameworks built by a wider array of organisms. Early Ordovician reefs were still largely characterized by microbial carbonates. But as the period progressed, metazoan organisms began to play an increasingly important role. Sponges, particularly those with a calcareous skeleton, emerged as significant reef builders. Stromatoporoids, an extinct group of sponges, became prominent contributors to reef frameworks, laying the foundation for more complex structures. Corals, though present, were not yet the dominant reef builders they would later become in the Silurian and Devonian periods. Tabulate corals, an early form of colonial coral, contributed to reef development, but their role was secondary to that of sponges and microbial communities. Bryozoans, also known as moss animals, appeared during the Ordovician and quickly diversified, becoming important components of reef ecosystems. Their branching and encrusting growth habits added structural complexity to the reefs, providing habitats for other organisms. Algae, both calcareous and non-calcareous, also contributed to reef building, helping to bind sediments and create a stable foundation. The development of these more complex reefs had profound implications for marine biodiversity. They provided a greater variety of habitats, supporting a wider range of organisms. The evolution of new reef-building organisms also drove the evolution of new reef-dwelling organisms, leading to a co-evolutionary arms race that fueled the Ordovician biodiversification event. This ecological shift laid the groundwork for the development of even more complex reef ecosystems in later periods. These Ordovician reefs and the diverse invertebrate communities they supported are preserved in remarkable fossil sites around the world, offering invaluable insights into this pivotal period in Earth's history. What are the key fossil sites around the world that provide evidence of Ordovician invertebrate life, and what makes them significant? The Ordovician Period, a pivotal chapter in the history of life, is brought to life by remarkable fossil sites scattered across the globe, each offering a unique window into the era's thriving invertebrate communities. The Burgess Shale in British Columbia, Canada, though primarily known for its Cambrian fossils, extends into the early Ordovician, providing crucial insights into the early diversification of marine life. Its exceptional preservation, showcasing soft-bodied organisms, allows paleontologists to reconstruct entire ecosystems and understand the relationships between different species. Another significant location is the Anti-Atlas region of Morocco, renowned for its Ordovician trilobites, echinoderms, and other invertebrates. The abundance and diversity of fossils in this area reveal the remarkable radiation of marine life that occurred during the Great Ordovician Biodiversification event. The detailed preservation of these fossils allows scientists to study the morphological changes and evolutionary trends that shaped Ordovician invertebrate faunas. In Baltiscandia, encompassing regions of modern-day Scandinavia and the Baltic states, Ordovician-aged rocks have yielded a wealth of fossils, including brachiopods, mollusks, and graptolites. These fossils provide critical data on the biogeographic distribution of marine invertebrates during the Ordovician and offer clues about the paleogeography and paleoclimate of the time. The study of these fossils has helped reconstruct ancient seaways and understand how environmental factors influenced the distribution of different invertebrate groups. The Appalachian region of North America also boasts several important Ordovician fossil sites, particularly in states like Ohio, Kentucky, and Indiana. These sites are rich in brachiopods, corals, and bryozoans, providing insights into the composition and structure of Ordovician reef ecosystems. The fossil assemblages in these areas document the increasing ecological complexity of marine environments during this period. These key fossil sites, among others worldwide, provide invaluable snapshots of Ordovician invertebrate life. By studying the fossils found in these locations, paleontologists gain a deeper understanding of the evolutionary processes that drove the globe and shaped the marine ecosystems of the Ordovician period. As these marine ecosystems became increasingly populated with diverse life forms, interactions between species intensified. So how did competition and predation influence the evolution and distribution of marine invertebrates during the Ordovician? The escalation of competition and predation during the Ordovician period acted as a powerful catalyst, driving significant evolutionary changes and shaping the distribution patterns of marine invertebrates. As detailed previously, the period witnessed a remarkable surge in biodiversity, leading to crowded ecosystems where organisms battled for resources and survival. Competition for resources like food and space intensified, prompting the development of novel adaptations. Some invertebrates evolved more efficient feeding mechanisms, allowing them to exploit previously untapped food sources. Others developed improved methods of locomotion for better access to resources or to escape predators. For instance, the evolution of more streamlined body shapes in some mollusks may have been driven by the need to move faster to capture prey or avoid becoming prey themselves. Predation also played a crucial role in sculpting the marine invertebrate communities. The emergence of new predators, such as the nautiloids, exerted selective pressure on potential prey species. This pressure led to the evolution of defensive strategies, including the development of protective shells, spines, and camouflage. The diversification of trilobites, with their varied ornamentation and defensive features, is a testament to the impact of predation. The distribution of marine invertebrates was significantly affected by these ecological interactions. Species that were poorly adapted to competition or lacked effective defenses against predators were often restricted to marginal habitats or faced extinction. Conversely, those with advantageous traits thrived and expanded their range, colonizing new environments and further diversifying. The Ordovician radiation thus represents a dynamic interplay between ecological pressures and evolutionary responses, resulting in a complex and ever-changing mosaic of marine life. The Ordovician seas, teeming with a diverse array of invertebrates, set the stage for the next major evolutionary milestone: the appearance of the earliest vertebrates. Among these pioneering creatures were the jawless fish, or agnathons, whose unique characteristics would mark a significant turning point in the history of life. The Ordovician period, spanning from approximately 485.4 to 443.8 million years ago, marks a pivotal chapter in the history of life, particularly in the evolution of vertebrates. It was during this time that the first recognizable vertebrates emerged, forever changing the trajectory of life on Earth. These early pioneers were jawless fish, known as agnathons, and their appearance heralded a new era in vertebrate evolution. Agnathons, characterized by the absence of jaws, represent the most primitive group of vertebrates. Their fossil record extends back to the Ordovician, providing invaluable insights into the origins of our own lineage. These early fish were typically small, often less than a foot in length, and possessed a streamlined body covered in bony plates or scales, providing protection against predators. One of the defining features of agnathons was their lack of paired fins, which limited their swimming capabilities. Instead, they relied on a simple tail fin for propulsion and body undulations for maneuvering through the water. Their mouths were simple, sucking apparatuses, adapted for filter feeding or grazing on organic matter. Among the earliest and most well-known agnathons from the Ordovician are the ostracoderms. These heavily armored fish possessed a bony shield covering their head and thorax, providing substantial protection against the formidable predators of the time, such as the giant cephalopods. Ostracoderms like Arandaspis and Sacabambaspis are iconic representatives of this early vertebrate radiation, showcasing the diversity of forms that existed during the Ordovician. While agnathons may appear primitive compared to their jawed descendants, they were remarkably successful in their own right. They diversified into a variety of ecological niches, inhabiting both marine and freshwater environments. Their appearance marked a crucial step in vertebrate evolution, paving the way for the emergence of more complex and adaptable forms. As these early vertebrates navigated the Ordovician seas, they undoubtedly faced numerous challenges and opportunities, driving the selection of traits that would ultimately shape the future of vertebrate life. What evolutionary advantages did these early vertebrates possess? And how did they differ from their invertebrate contemporaries? The dawn of the Ordovician period witnessed the emergence of vertebrates, creatures that would eventually dominate the terrestrial and aerial realms. In a world teeming with invertebrate life, these early vertebrates possessed a suite of evolutionary advantages that set them apart from their contemporaries. One critical advantage was the development of a more complex nervous system. While invertebrates possessed nerve nets or simple ganglia, early vertebrates exhibited a centralized nervous system with a distinct brain and spinal cord. This allowed for more sophisticated sensory processing, coordination, and behavioral responses, crucial for navigating complex marine environments and capturing prey. Another significant advantage was the development of specialized sensory organs. Early vertebrates possessed paired eyes, allowing for improved depth perception and spatial awareness. Additionally, they developed inner ear structures that provided enhanced balance and equilibrium, essential for stability in the water column. These sensory advancements provided early vertebrates with a distinct advantage in detecting predators and prey, contributing to their survival and diversification. Furthermore, early vertebrates possessed a notochord, a flexible rod-like structure that provided support and allowed for more efficient swimming. Unlike the external skeletons of many invertebrates, the notochord provided internal support, enabling greater flexibility and maneuverability in the water. This, combined with the development of segmented muscles, allowed for more powerful and controlled swimming motions, enhancing their ability to capture prey and escape predators. While invertebrates dominated the Ordovician seas, early vertebrates were beginning to carve out their niche. Their enhanced sensory capabilities, improved nervous systems, and efficient swimming mechanisms provided them with a competitive edge. These early advantages laid the groundwork for the remarkable diversification and eventual dominance of vertebrates in ecosystems across the globe. The development of bone and cartilage would prove to be a pivotal innovation in vertebrate evolution, further solidifying their success in the Ordovician and beyond. The Ordovician Period, a chapter in Earth's history teeming with marine life, set the stage for a pivotal development in vertebrate evolution. The emergence of bone and cartilage. These materials provided structural support and protection, paving the way for the diversification of early fish and their eventual transition to land. Cartilage, a flexible tissue, likely appeared first, offering support for developing structures like the notochord, a primitive spinal cord. It allowed for greater flexibility and movement, crucial for navigating the Ordovician seas. As vertebrates evolved, cartilage provided a framework upon which bone could develop. Bone, a harder, mineralized tissue, offered significant advantages. It provided robust protection for vital organs, such as the brain and heart, against the formidable predators of the Ordovician oceans. Bone also served as an anchor for muscles, enabling more powerful and controlled movements. This was particularly important for hunting prey and escaping danger in a world populated by giant cephalopods and other marine terrors. The development of bone also played a role in mineral storage, particularly phosphate, which was essential for metabolic processes. This ability to regulate mineral balance provided vertebrates with a physiological advantage over other organisms. The evolution of bone and cartilage was not a sudden event but a gradual process. Early vertebrates likely possessed a combination of both tissues, with bone becoming more prominent over time. The fossil record reveals a progression from cartilage-based skeletons to increasingly ossified structures, reflecting the ongoing adaptation and refinement of these materials. These evolutionary innovations allowed early vertebrates to explore new ecological niches, increase their size, and develop more complex behaviors, setting the stage for the vertebrate dominance that would characterize later periods. The development of these tissues represents a critical step in understanding the evolution of vertebrates. What is the fossil evidence for these early vertebrates in the Ordovician, and where have these fossils been discovered? The Ordovician Period, a chapter in our planet's history stretching from 485.4 to 443.8 million years ago, provides a crucial window into the dawn of vertebrate life. While the Cambrian explosion showcased a burst of invertebrate diversity, the Ordovician marks the rise of our distant finned ancestors. Fossil evidence from this period, though relatively sparse compared to later epochs, offers invaluable insights into the morphology and distribution of these early vertebrates. One of the most significant fossil discoveries comes from the Harding Sandstone in Colorado, USA. This geological formation has yielded numerous fragments and some nearly complete specimens of early jawless fish known as ostracoderms. These fossils, dating back to the Middle Ordovician, reveal that these creatures possessed bony armor, likely for protection against predators. The armor was composed of plates and scales covering the head and much of the body. Another crucial location for Ordovician vertebrate fossils is the Baltic region, particularly Russia and Estonia. Here, researchers have unearthed a variety of ostracoderm remains, showcasing a greater diversity of forms than initially recognized. These finds have helped to paint a more complex picture of early vertebrate evolution, demonstrating that ostracoderms were not a monolithic group, but rather a collection of diverse lineages experimenting with different body plans and ecological niches. Additionally, isolated fossil finds from other parts of the world, including Australia and Argentina, have contributed to our understanding of early vertebrate distribution. These discoveries suggest that early vertebrates were more geographically widespread than previously thought, inhabiting a range of marine environments across the globe. The fossil evidence from these sites provides a glimpse into the world of early vertebrates, revealing their anatomical features, evolutionary relationships, and geographical distribution during the Ordovician period. As these early vertebrates swam through the Ordovician seas, they inevitably began to influence the marine ecosystem. One might wonder, how did the appearance of these early vertebrates impact the Ordovician marine ecosystem? And what role did they play in the food web? The Ordovician period, a chapter in Earth's Paleozoic era, is often visualized as a realm dominated by bizarre and formidable marine creatures. While not quite the age of terrifying sea monsters, it was a time of significant ecological restructuring, in part shaped by the arrival of early vertebrates. The appearance of these primitive fish marked a subtle yet profound shift in the Ordovician marine ecosystem. Though they were not initially apex predators, their presence added a new layer of complexity to the existing food web. Early vertebrates, primarily jawless fish, likely fed on smaller organisms, plankton, organic particles, and perhaps small invertebrates dwelling on the seafloor. They became a food source for larger invertebrates like cephalopods and eurypterids. The impact of early vertebrates extended beyond direct predator-prey relationships. Their feeding habits influenced the distribution and abundance of their prey. For instance, filter-feeding vertebrates could have locally reduced plankton concentrations, affecting other organisms that relied on the same food source. Moreover, the waste products of these early fish contributed to nutrient cycling in the water column, potentially influencing the productivity of marine environments. It's important to remember that the Ordovician marine ecosystem was already complex before the arrival of vertebrates. The establishment of these early fish was not a sudden takeover, but rather a gradual integration into an existing web of life. Their initial impact was subtle, but their evolutionary trajectory set the stage for the rise of more dominant vertebrate lineages in subsequent geological periods. The fossil record of the Ordovician provides valuable insights into the evolution and ecology of early vertebrates. Among the key fossils are those of Conodonts, enigmatic microfossils that hold clues to understanding the emergence and diversification of vertebrates. Conodonts represent a fascinating, yet enigmatic group of early chordates that are crucial for understanding vertebrate evolution during the Ordovician. For many years, these creatures were known only from their tooth-like microfossils, composed of calcium phosphate. These elements are typically only a few millimeters in size, abundant in marine sediments, and were initially classified as belonging to an unknown group of organisms. The true nature of conodonts remained a mystery for over a century, until the discovery of complete conodont fossils in the late 20th century. These discoveries revealed that conodonts were eel-like animals, possessing a notochord, paired eyes, and a sophisticated feeding apparatus containing the conodont elements. This apparatus was used to grasp and process food, suggesting that conodonts were active predators or scavengers in the Ordovician seas. The precise placement of conodonts in the vertebrate evolutionary tree has been debated, but they are now widely accepted as stem group vertebrates, closely related to the ancestors of both lampreys and gnathostomes, jawed vertebrates. During the Ordovician, conodonts were diverse and abundant, occupying a range of marine environments. Their fossils are used as biostratigraphic markers, aiding in the dating and correlation of rock layers from this period. The study of conodonts has provided valuable insights into the early evolution of vertebrate features, such as mineralized tissues, sensory systems, and body plans. Moreover, the ecological success of conodonts during the Ordovician highlights the evolutionary experimentation occurring among early vertebrates as they adapted to various ecological niches. The Ordovician period was not only a time of diversification for conodonts, but also for other early vertebrate groups. The environmental conditions of the Ordovician undoubtedly played a significant role in shaping the evolutionary trajectories of these organisms. As we continue to explore the fossil record, it becomes increasingly clear that understanding the interplay between environmental factors and evolutionary processes is essential for unraveling the history of early vertebrate life. So, how did environmental changes during the Ordovician influence the evolution and diversification of early vertebrates? The Ordovician period, a chapter in Earth's history dominated by marine life, witnessed significant environmental upheavals that profoundly shaped the trajectory of early vertebrate evolution. Rising sea levels, driven by glacial melting, expanded shallow marine habitats, creating new opportunities for life to flourish and diversify. These vast epicontinental seas became the primary stage for the early vertebrate drama. The Ordovician oceans were not static. They experienced fluctuations in temperature and oxygen levels. The early vertebrates, likely inhabiting near-shore environments, had to adapt to these changing conditions. Increased nutrient availability, resulting from enhanced weathering and runoff from land, may have fueled primary productivity, supporting more complex food webs and influencing vertebrate diversification. One of the most critical environmental events of the Ordovician was the late Ordovician mass extinction. This cataclysmic event, triggered by a shift to glacial conditions and subsequent sea level fall, dramatically altered marine ecosystems. The extinction event likely acted as an evolutionary bottleneck for early vertebrates, eliminating some lineages and creating opportunities for others to radiate into newly available ecological niches. Surviving vertebrate groups may have possessed pre-existing adaptations that enabled them to withstand the environmental stresses, such as tolerance to colder temperatures or lower oxygen levels. The Ordovician extinction event also played a crucial role in shaping the future of vertebrate evolution. The reduced competition following the extinction allowed surviving groups to diversify rapidly, leading to the emergence of new vertebrate forms. This period of adaptive radiation set the stage for the evolution of more advanced fish groups in the subsequent Silurian and Devonian periods. The environmental pressures of the Ordovician, therefore, acted as a crucible, forging the evolutionary path of early vertebrates and influencing the course of vertebrate history. As we consider these early forms and their adaptations, it is natural to question, what are the evolutionary relationships between early Ordovician vertebrates and later fish groups? The evolutionary connections between early Ordovician vertebrates and their later fish descendants represent a fascinating chapter in vertebrate history. The jawless fishes of the Ordovician, such as the ostracoderms we discussed, laid the groundwork for the evolution of all subsequent vertebrate groups. While these early vertebrates lacked jaws, they possessed other key features, including a notochord and a cartilaginous skeleton, which are hallmarks of the vertebrate lineage. One significant evolutionary step was the development of jaws, a feature that revolutionized feeding strategies and led to the diversification of jawed fishes, known as gnathostomes. It is believed that jaws evolved from the skeletal supports of the gill arches in jawless fishes. The earliest gnathostomes appeared later in the Ordovician and became more prominent in the Silurian period. These early jawed fishes included the placoderms, armored fish that displayed a wide range of body forms and ecological niches. Another important evolutionary trend was the development of paired fins, which provided greater stability and maneuverability in the water. Early jawless fishes had only unpaired fins, limiting their swimming capabilities. The evolution of paired fins, along with jaws, allowed gnathostomes to become more active predators and exploit new food sources. The relationships between early Ordovician vertebrates and later fish groups are still being unraveled through ongoing research and fossil discoveries. However, it is clear that the Ordovician period was a crucial time for vertebrate evolution, setting the stage for the emergence of the diverse array of fish that would dominate the seas in subsequent geological periods. These early vertebrates paved the way for the evolution of more advanced features, such as bony skeletons and improved sensory systems, which would eventually lead to the rise of tetrapods and the colonization of land. As vertebrates diversified in the Ordovician seas, another group of marine organisms was also undergoing significant evolutionary changes. The cephalopods, a class of mollusks that includes modern-day squid, octopuses, and nautiluses, experienced a major radiation during this period. Let's now explore the diversity and characteristics of cephalopods during the Ordovician, focusing on the nautiloids and their unique shell structures. The Ordovician period, spanning from roughly 485 to 444 million years ago, witnessed a remarkable diversification of marine life, earning it the moniker the Age of Terrifying Sea Monsters. Among the most formidable of these ancient predators were the cephalopods, a class of marine mollusks that includes modern-day squids, octopuses, and nautiluses. During the Ordovician, cephalopods radiated into a variety of forms, dominating the oceans and establishing themselves as apex predators. Of particular significance were the nautiloids, an early group of cephalopods characterized by their distinctive external shells. These shells, typically conical or coiled, provided protection and structural support for the soft-bodied creatures within. The shells were divided into chambers called cameri, separated by septa, and connected by a tube-like structure known as the siphuncle. This unique construction allowed the nautiloid to control its buoyancy by regulating the amount of gas and liquid within the chambers, enabling them to move vertically in the water column with ease. Nautiloid shells exhibited a wide range of sizes and shapes. Some species possessed long, straight shells that could reach several meters in length, making them among the largest animals of their time. Others had tightly coiled shells, resembling the modern nautilus. The diversity in shell morphology likely reflected adaptations to different ecological niches and hunting strategies. Some nautiloids may have been ambush predators, lying in wait on the seafloor, while others were active swimmers, pursuing prey in open waters. The fossil record reveals that Ordovician nautiloids were incredibly diverse, with numerous genera and species occupying various marine habitats. Their abundance and variety indicate their ecological importance as key predators in the Ordovician food web. These early cephalopods played a crucial role in shaping the structure and dynamics of marine ecosystems, influencing the evolution of other organisms. The success of cephalopods as predators hinged on several key adaptations beyond just their protective shells. Their ability to efficiently navigate the Ordovician seas and detect their prey were paramount. What specific features allowed these ancient nautiloids and other cephalopods to become such effective hunters? The Ordovician period witnessed the rise of cephalopods, not merely as inhabitants of the marine realm, but as its formidable masters. Their predatory prowess was not a matter of chance, but the result of a suite of evolutionary adaptations that converged to make them apex predators. Chief among these adaptations was their mastery of jet propulsion. Unlike their sluggish, bottom-dwelling ancestors, Ordovician cephalopods evolved a siphon, a muscular tube that could expel water with considerable force. This innovation allowed them to move through the water column with speed and agility, making them adept hunters capable of chasing down prey or evading predators. The evolution of the siphuncle, enabling buoyancy control, further enhanced their maneuverability, allowing them to precisely control their position in the water. Sensory organs played a crucial role in their predatory success. While the exact nature of their vision remains a topic of scientific investigation, it is clear that Ordovician cephalopods possessed sophisticated eyes capable of detecting movement and differentiating shapes. These sensory organs provided them with the ability to locate and track prey from a distance. Furthermore, the development of powerful tentacles armed with suckers provided a means of grappling and subduing prey. These tentacles allowed them to seize even fast-moving creatures, ensuring a successful hunt. The combination of speed, maneuverability, and sensory acuity made Ordovician cephalopods highly effective predators capable of dominating the marine food web. The impact of these adaptations extended far beyond the individual cephalopod. Their emergence as apex predators had profound consequences for the structure and dynamics of Ordovician marine ecosystems, influencing the evolution and distribution of other marine organisms. The rise of cephalopods marked a turning point in the history of marine life, ushering in a new era of predation and shaping the course of evolution for millions of years to come. In the Ordovician period, cephalopods emerged as formidable apex predators, fundamentally reshaping the structure of marine ecosystems. Their rise marked a significant turning point in the history of life as they exerted top-down control on the food web, influencing the abundance, distribution, and evolutionary trajectories of various marine organisms. As active and highly mobile hunters, cephalopods preyed upon a wide range of marine creatures, including trilobites, brachiopods, and even smaller cephalopods. Their sophisticated sensory systems, including advanced eyes and chemoreceptors, combined with their ability to jet-propel themselves through the water, made them highly effective hunters. The impact of cephalopod predation on trilobites, for example, is evident in the fossil record, with many trilobite species displaying defensive adaptations such as spines and enrolled bodies, likely evolved in response to cephalopod attacks. The dominance of cephalopods as apex predators also had cascading effects on other trophic levels. By controlling the populations of their prey, cephalopods indirectly influenced the abundance of organisms further down the food web. This top-down control is a hallmark of healthy ecosystems and highlights the crucial role that cephalopods played in maintaining the balance of Ordovician marine communities. The ecological success of cephalopods during the Ordovician period paved the way for their diversification and further evolution in subsequent geological periods. Their predatory prowess and adaptive capabilities allowed them to colonize a variety of marine habitats and exploit new ecological niches. The Ordovician cephalopods represent a critical stage in the evolutionary history of this group, setting the stage for the emergence of even larger and more specialized cephalopod predators in the following eras, leaving behind a compelling fossil record that hints at their impressive size and predatory capabilities. What then does this fossil evidence reveal about the true scale of these ancient giants, and how large did some of these predators grow? The Ordovician period, a chapter in Earth's history teeming with marine life, saw the rise of some truly formidable predators, the giant cephalopods. These ancient relatives of modern squids and octopuses dominated the seas, leaving behind a fossil record that hints at their impressive size and predatory prowess. Fossil evidence for these giants primarily comes in the form of their shells, or more specifically, the fragmented remains of these shells. Unlike the soft-bodied squids and octopuses we know today, many Ordovician cephalopods possessed a hard, external shell, often conical or slightly curved. These shells, composed of calcium carbonate, were far more likely to be preserved in the fossil record. While complete shells are rare, fragments of these shells, particularly the siphuncle, a tube connecting the chambers of the shell, provide valuable clues about the size and morphology of these ancient creatures. Estimating the size of these cephalopods from incomplete fossil remains is a complex task, relying on comparisons with modern cephalopods and mathematical models. However, the available evidence suggests that some Ordovician cephalopods reached truly gigantic proportions. Camarasaurus, for instance, is one of the best-known examples of these giants. Based on the size of its siphuncle and shell fragments, paleontologists estimate that Camarasaurus could grow up to 6 to 9 meters, 20 to 30 feet, in length. Imagine an animal that long patrolling the Ordovician seas. Other Ordovician cephalopods, while perhaps not quite as massive as Camarasaurus, still reached impressive sizes. Endocerus, another well-documented genus, is estimated to have grown to similar lengths. These apex predators would have been among the largest animals in their environment, dwarfing many of their contemporaries. The existence of these giant cephalopods raises fascinating questions about their role in the Ordovician ecosystem. What hunting strategies did they employ to capture their prey? And what exactly did these massive predators target in the Ordovician seas? The Ordovician period witnessed an evolutionary arms race in the oceans, with cephalopods emerging as formidable predators. Their hunting strategies diversified significantly, driven by both their own morphological innovations and the evolving defenses of their prey. Early cephalopods likely employed ambush tactics, lying in wait on the seafloor before launching surprise attacks on unsuspecting organisms. These early hunters probably targeted trilobites, brachiopods, and other benthic invertebrates, crushing their shells with powerful beaks. As cephalopods evolved larger size and more streamlined shells, their hunting strategies became more active. The development of the siphuncle, a tube connecting the chambers of the shell, allowed for better buoyancy control and enabled cephalopods to move more efficiently through the water column. This, in turn, facilitated the pursuit of more mobile prey. Nautiloid cephalopods, with their coiled shells, were likely adept at maneuvering in complex environments such as reefs and rocky outcrops, where they could hunt smaller fish and crustaceans. The orthoconic cephalopods, with their straight, elongated shells, were among the largest predators of the Ordovician seas, reaching lengths of several meters. These giants were capable of hunting larger prey, including other cephalopods. Fossil evidence suggests that some orthoconic cephalopods may have even preyed on early vertebrates, such as jawless fish, although direct evidence of this is rare. Their hunting strategy likely involved a combination of ambush and pursuit, using their size and speed to overwhelm their prey. The evolution of cephalopod hunting strategies during the Ordovician was a key factor in shaping the marine ecosystem. As cephalopods became more efficient predators, they exerted selective pressure on their prey, driving the evolution of new defenses and adaptations. This predator-prey dynamic played a crucial role in the diversification of marine life during this period. To better understand the reign of these ancient terrors, paleontologists have turned to fossil sites around the globe to unearth these ancient relics. What are the key fossil sites that have yielded important cephalopod fossils from the Ordovician period? Several key fossil sites around the world have provided paleontologists with a wealth of information about Ordovician cephalopods, painting a vivid picture of these ancient marine predators. These locations offer exceptional preservation and a high concentration of cephalopod remains, making them invaluable for understanding their evolution and ecology. One of the most significant sites is the Antioche Shale in the Cincinnati region of the United States. This geological formation has yielded numerous well-preserved orthoconic nautiloids, providing insights into their morphology and distribution. The abundance of fossils in this area makes it a prime location for studying cephalopod diversity during the Ordovician. Another important site is located in the Baltic region, particularly in Estonia and Sweden. The Ordovician limestones of this area have revealed a variety of cephalopod fossils, including both orthoconic and coiled forms. These fossils are often found in excellent condition, allowing for detailed analysis of their internal structures. The Baltic region provides a crucial link in understanding the geographic spread and diversification of early cephalopods. In North Africa, specifically Morocco, the Ordovician strata have also proven to be rich in cephalopod fossils. The fossils found here contribute to a more complete understanding of the global distribution of cephalopods during this period. These key fossil sites, among others, continue to provide essential data for paleontologists studying the Ordovician period. These discoveries allow researchers to piece together the evolutionary history of cephalopods, shedding light on their increasing role as predators in the ancient marine ecosystems. The detailed study of these fossils not only reveals the physical characteristics of these creatures, but also raises intriguing questions about their interactions with other organisms in their environment. This leads us to consider how the evolution of cephalopods influenced the evolution of their prey during the Ordovician. The rise of cephalopods as dominant predators during the Ordovician period exerted a profound influence on the evolutionary trajectories of their prey. This era witnessed an escalating arms race, where the selective pressure imposed by cephalopod predation drove significant adaptations in various marine organisms. One notable impact was on the evolution of hard exoskeletons in many invertebrate groups. Brachiopods, bivalves, and gastropods, for instance, developed thicker shells and more robust spines as defensive mechanisms against the powerful bites and crushing capabilities of early cephalopods. The fossil record reveals a clear trend toward increased shell ornamentation and reinforcement in these groups during the Ordovician, directly correlated with the proliferation of cephalopod predators, trilobites. Already possessing segmented exoskeletons, further refined their defensive strategies. Some species developed the ability to enroll into a ball-like shape, protecting their vulnerable soft parts from cephalopod attacks. Others evolved elaborate spines and tubercles, making them more difficult to grasp and consume. The diversity of trilobite morphology during this period reflects the intense selective pressure exerted by cephalopod predation. Even organisms without hard shells were not immune to cephalopod influence. Graptolites, colonial planktonic organisms, experienced changes in their colony structure and thecal morphology, possibly as a response to cephalopod grazing. The selective pressure from cephalopods may have also driven the evolution of faster swimming speeds and more agile escape behaviors in various fish and other nectonic organisms. The Ordovician seas became a stage for an intricate predator-prey dynamic, where the evolution of cephalopods acted as a catalyst for diversification and adaptation in a wide range of marine organisms. This ecological interplay would set the stage for the subsequent evolution of marine ecosystems, shaping the future of life in the oceans. As we consider the impact of cephalopod predation on their prey, it becomes clear that their success was not solely due to their own adaptations, but also to the environmental conditions and opportunities that allowed them to flourish. What factors then contributed to the overall success and diversification of cephalopods during the Ordovician period? The Ordovician period witnessed an unprecedented proliferation of cephalopods, transforming them from relatively minor players to dominant predators in the marine ecosystem. Several key factors converged to fuel this evolutionary success story. The Cambrian explosion had already laid the groundwork, establishing a diverse range of marine organisms that served as potential prey. As cephalopods evolved, they capitalized on these opportunities, filling vacant ecological niches. Early cephalopods, with their straight shells, orthocones, were initially limited in their mobility. However, the development of the siphuncle, a tube connecting the chambers of the shell, allowed for buoyancy control. This innovation granted them greater maneuverability, enabling them to pursue prey more effectively and colonize new habitats. Simultaneously, environmental changes played a crucial role. The Ordovician saw a rise in sea levels, creating vast, shallow marine environments. These expansive habitats provided ample space for cephalopod populations to expand and diversify. The chemistry of the oceans also shifted, with increased calcium carbonate saturation, facilitating the construction of larger and more robust shells. These larger shells offered enhanced protection against predators and competitors, further contributing to cephalopod survival and success. Evolutionary innovations, coupled with favorable environmental conditions, spurred an adaptive radiation among cephalopods. Different lineages experimented with various shell shapes and sizes, leading to a wide array of forms, each adapted to specific ecological roles. Some cephalopods became specialized ambush predators, lying in wait for unsuspecting prey. Others evolved into active hunters, capable of pursuing their targets over long distances. This diversification allowed cephalopods to exploit a wide range of food sources and habitats, solidifying their position as apex predators in the Ordovician seas. As the Ordovician period progressed, cephalopods exerted a profound influence on the marine food web. Their predatory activities shaped the evolution of other organisms, driving the development of new defenses and survival strategies. However, cephalopods were not the only predators lurking in these ancient oceans. Another group of marine arthropods, the trilobites, also included formidable hunters. Let's delve into the world of these predatory trilobites, exploring their unique adaptations and their role in the Ordovician marine ecosystem. The Ordovician period witnessed an explosion of marine life, and with it, the rise of increasingly sophisticated predators. While the cephalopods began their reign as apex predators, diverse arthropods also played significant roles in shaping the Ordovician marine ecosystem. Prominent among these were the trilobites, an ancient group of marine arthropods that had already diversified into a wide array of forms by this time. Though many trilobites were likely scavengers or detritivores, certain species evolved into formidable predators, actively hunting other marine organisms. Predatory trilobites of the Ordovician possessed adaptations that made them effective hunters. Their compound eyes, often large and well-developed, provided excellent vision for spotting prey. Some species had hypostomes, hard plates located on the underside of their heads, modified into pointed or pronged structures, which they likely used to crush or grasp their prey. The feeding habits of carolinites, for example, remain enigmatic, but its sophisticated visual system, consisting of hundreds of lenses, suggests a predatory lifestyle in the dimly lit, oxygen-poor environments it inhabited. Fossil evidence, including gut contents and bite marks on other organisms, supports the predatory behavior of certain trilobites. Some specimens have been found with the remains of smaller invertebrates in their digestive tracts, indicating that they actively preyed on these creatures. Additionally, the presence of healed bite marks on the exoskeletons of other marine animals suggests that trilobites were capable of inflicting significant damage, further solidifying their role as predators in the Ordovician seas. The predatory trilobites occupied a crucial niche in the Ordovician marine ecosystem, helping to regulate populations of other invertebrates and contributing to the overall structure of the food web. Their presence likely influenced the evolution of defensive strategies in their prey, leading to an escalating arms race that drove further diversification and innovation in the marine realm. As we continue to explore the fascinating world of Ordovician predators, our attention now turns to another group of formidable hunters that prowled the ancient seas: the Eurypterids. What were these sea scorpions, and how did they contribute to the predatory landscape of the Ordovician seas? The Ordovician period witnessed the rise of several formidable marine predators, among which the Eurypterids, commonly known as sea scorpions, held a prominent position. Though their reign reached its zenith in later periods, their presence in the Ordovician seas was significant, contributing to the increasingly complex and dangerous marine ecosystems. Eurypterids were arthropods, closely related to modern arachnids and horseshoe crabs. They possessed segmented bodies, typically encased in a chitinous exoskeleton, and a pair of large, grasping pincers or chelicerae, which were their primary tools for capturing and subduing prey. While some species were relatively small, growing to only a few centimeters, others were giants, reaching lengths of over 2 meters, making them some of the largest arthropods ever to have lived. In the Ordovician, Eurypterids occupied a niche as active predators, patrolling the seafloor and ambushing unsuspecting organisms. Their morphology suggests a versatile hunting strategy. The large chelicerae were likely used to seize and crush prey, while their paddle-shaped appendages facilitated swift movement through the water. Some Eurypterids may have even been capable of limited terrestrial excursions, allowing them to exploit resources in near-shore environments, though evidence for this in the Ordovician species is limited. The impact of Eurypterids on the Ordovician food web was considerable. As relatively large and mobile predators, they likely preyed upon a variety of organisms, including smaller arthropods, early fish, and other invertebrates. Their presence would have exerted selective pressure on prey species, driving the evolution of defensive strategies such as improved armor, camouflage, or increased agility. The rise of Eurypterids as significant predators underscores the escalating arms race that characterized the Ordovician marine ecosystems. With the diversification of both predators and prey, the seas became an increasingly challenging environment, demanding new adaptations and driving evolutionary innovation. As we delve deeper into the predatory landscape of the Ordovician, it becomes apparent that eurypterids were just one piece of a much larger and more complex puzzle. To fully understand the dynamics of these ancient marine ecosystems, it's essential to explore the feeding strategies and prey preferences of the diverse array of Ordovician marine predators, including both invertebrates and the earliest vertebrates. The Ordovician seas teemed with a variety of predators, each employing unique feeding strategies to exploit the available resources. Among the invertebrates, trilobites, while often considered scavengers, also included predatory species. Their robust exoskeletons and powerful mandibles suggest they were capable of crushing or tearing apart smaller organisms, potentially targeting soft-bodied creatures or other trilobites. Eurypterids, or sea scorpions, represent another formidable group of invertebrate predators. Equipped with grasping claws and venomous stingers, they likely ambushed prey, including fish, smaller invertebrates, and even each other. Their streamlined bodies suggest an active hunting lifestyle in shallow marine environments. Nautiloids, early cephalopods with conical shells, were also significant predators. These creatures propelled themselves through the water using a hypernome, a muscular tube that expelled water, allowing them to jet after prey. Their tentacles were used to capture and manipulate food, which likely included a variety of invertebrates and small fish. The evolution of the nautiloid shell provided protection and buoyancy, making them efficient hunters in the Ordovician seas. The emergence of early vertebrates added another layer of complexity to the Ordovician food web. Jawless fish, such as ostracoderms, were among the first vertebrates to appear. While many were filter feeders or scavengers, some may have employed a suction feeding strategy to capture small invertebrates. However, the evolution of jaws in later vertebrates marked a significant turning point in predator-prey dynamics. These early jawed fishes were able to grasp and crush prey, opening up new ecological niches and driving an evolutionary arms race in the Ordovician seas. The prey preferences of these early vertebrates likely included smaller fish, invertebrates, and other soft-bodied organisms. The presence of such diverse and formidable predators had a profound impact on the evolution of marine life during the Ordovician period. The constant threat of predation drove the development of a wide array of defensive mechanisms in prey organisms. How did the presence of these diverse predators shape the evolution of defensive mechanisms in Ordovician marine organisms? The escalation of predation during the Ordovician period acted as a profound catalyst in the evolutionary trajectories of marine life. The proliferation of diverse predators, each employing unique hunting strategies, exerted intense selective pressure on prey species, driving the development of a remarkable array of defensive adaptations. One prominent response was the evolution of enhanced armor. Trilobites, already possessing an exoskeleton, further reinforced their defenses through increased calcification, the development of spines and tubercles, and the ability to enroll into a protective ball. These adaptations made them more difficult to grasp, crush, or penetrate. Brachiopods, another abundant group, thickened their shells and developed elaborate ribbing patterns, providing added strength and resistance to durophagous predators like nautiloids and early starfish. Beyond physical defenses, behavioral adaptations also flourished. Some organisms adopted a more sedentary lifestyle, burrowing deeper into the sediment to avoid detection. Others developed enhanced mobility, allowing them to evade predators through rapid swimming or crawling. The rise of deposit feeding, where organisms consume organic matter within the sediment, may have also been a strategy to reduce exposure to predators in the water column. The arms race dynamic between predators and prey also spurred the evolution of more subtle defenses. Camouflage and mimicry likely became increasingly important, allowing organisms to blend into their surroundings or resemble less palatable species. Chemical defenses, such as the production of toxins or noxious compounds, may have also emerged as a way to deter predators. The Ordovician diversification of predators and the subsequent evolution of defensive mechanisms dramatically reshaped marine ecosystems. These interactions not only influenced the morphology and behavior of individual organisms, but also played a crucial role in structuring ecological communities and driving the overall trajectory of marine evolution. The fossil record offers compelling insights into these ancient predator-prey relationships. But what specific evidence do we find of these interactions, such as telltale bite marks on shells or the preserved contents of fossilized guts? The Ordovician fossil record offers compelling, direct evidence of predator-prey interactions, moving beyond inferences based on morphology and ecological context. Fossilized remains sometimes bear the marks of ancient battles, providing snapshots of predation events. Bite marks on the shells of brachiopods and mollusks, for instance, suggest durophagous predators, those specialized in crushing hard-shelled prey, were already active in Ordovician seas. These marks, often crescent-shaped or irregular fractures, align with the jaw structures of known predators like nautiloids and some early fish. Gut contents, though rarer finds, offer even more conclusive evidence. The fossilized digestive tracts of certain cephalopods and trilobites occasionally contain the remains of their last meals. These remains, meticulously analyzed, reveal the specific types of organisms consumed, whether they be smaller trilobites, ostracods, or other invertebrates. Such discoveries illuminate the intricate food web dynamics of the Ordovician, showcasing who was eating whom. Furthermore, the presence of defensive structures and behaviors in prey species indirectly supports the existence of predation pressure. The development of spines, thicker shells, and the ability to burrow deeper into the sediment are all interpreted as adaptations to evade or resist predators. The evolution of these traits, coupled with the direct evidence from bite marks and gut contents, paints a vivid picture of an Ordovician marine ecosystem shaped by intense predator-prey relationships. Trace fossils, such as boreholes in shells potentially made by predatory gastropods, offer another line of evidence, though their interpretation can be more complex. While the identity of the borer is not always certain, the presence of these traces indicates active predation strategies targeting shelled organisms. These diverse lines of evidence collectively demonstrate that predation was a significant ecological force during the Ordovician period. The seas teemed with predators employing various hunting strategies, from crushing and biting to piercing and engulfing their prey. But while we can identify the players and some of the interactions, understanding the broader dynamics requires further exploration. How did the size and abundance of different predator groups vary throughout the Ordovician period, and what factors might have driven these changes? The story of Ordovician marine predation involves more than just identifying the players. It requires understanding how their roles evolved over time. The relative importance of different predator groups shifted throughout the period, driven by environmental changes and evolutionary innovations. Early in the Ordovician, trilobites were among the dominant predators, though their reign was not to last. While some trilobites remained formidable hunters, their diversity and abundance began to wane as other groups rose to prominence. The mid-Ordovician saw the ascent of nautiloids, whose size and predatory capabilities diversified rapidly. Simultaneously, evidence suggests an increase in the prevalence of early fish, though their impact as predators was initially limited by their relatively small size and lack of advanced weaponry compared to later periods. Eurypterids, or sea scorpions, began their move into the predatory niche during this time. Although they would reach their zenith in the Silurian and Devonian periods, their presence in the Ordovician seas added another layer of complexity to the marine food web. The fossil record indicates that the size of Eurypterids gradually increased throughout the Ordovician, suggesting an escalating arms race between predators and prey. The latter part of the Ordovician witnessed further changes in predator dynamics. The diversification of articulate brachiopods and bivalves, while primarily filter feeders, also provided a larger prey base, potentially influencing the success of certain predator lineages. The end Ordovician extinction event significantly impacted marine life, including many predator groups. Some lineages of nautiloids and trilobites suffered heavy losses, reshaping the marine ecosystem and setting the stage for the rise of new predators in the following Silurian period. However, the well-known hunters only paint a partial picture of the Ordovician seas. What other less well-known predators existed in those ancient waters, and what evidence do we have of their existence? Beyond the cephalopods, conodonts, and echinoderms, the Ordovician seas teemed with a variety of other predators, each playing a unique role in the intricate food web. Though perhaps not as iconic, these lesser-known hunters contributed significantly to the overall dynamic of the marine ecosystem. Trilobites, while often considered scavengers, also included predatory species. Evidence of this predatory behavior comes from fossilized trilobite exoskeletons bearing bite marks consistent with attacks from other organisms, as well as gut contents revealing the remains of smaller invertebrates. Some trilobite species developed specialized features, such as robust spines and reinforced exoskeletons, possibly as adaptations against predation, or even to assist in their own predatory activities. Eurypterids, also known as sea scorpions, emerged as significant predators during the Ordovician. Although they would later reach their peak in the Silurian and Devonian periods, early eurypterids were already formidable hunters. Their streamlined bodies, large grasping appendages, and sharp telsons, tail spines, suggest an active predatory lifestyle. Fossilized trackways and body fossils found in nearshore environments indicate that eurypterids likely hunted smaller invertebrates and fish-like vertebrates in these shallow waters. Another group of predators that existed were the enigmatic promissum, which was a large animal that was very similar to conodonts, but much larger. This animal was a predator that would have fed on a variety of organisms in the water column. The fossil record of these lesser-known predators provides valuable insights into the complexity of the Ordovician marine ecosystem. By examining fossilized remains, bite marks, and gut contents, paleontologists can reconstruct the feeding habits and ecological interactions of these organisms. The presence of diverse predators suggests a complex food web with multiple trophic levels, indicating a relatively mature and stable ecosystem. The interplay between these different predator groups likely influenced the distribution and abundance of prey species, shaping the overall structure of the Ordovician marine community. Investigating how these predatory groups interacted is essential to understanding the overall ecosystem. The Ordovician marine ecosystem, teeming with a diverse array of predators, presents a fascinating case study in ecological dynamics. The interplay between various predator groups significantly shaped the structure and stability of these ancient seas. The rise of formidable cephalopods like nautiloids, with their powerful hunting capabilities, likely exerted considerable pressure on trilobite populations. As we've seen, trilobites, in turn, influenced the evolution of other organisms through predation and selective pressures. Eurypterids, another group of dominant predators, added further complexity to the food web. Their presence likely intensified competition for resources and prey, potentially leading to niche partitioning among different predator groups. The diversification of brachiopods and bivalves, some of which developed defensive mechanisms, might be a direct consequence of the predation pressure exerted by these various hunters. The stability of the Ordovician marine ecosystem was thus a product of these intricate relationships. The presence of multiple predator groups helped to prevent any single species from becoming overly dominant, promoting a more balanced and resilient ecosystem. This web of interactions, however, was not static. Changes in sea level, ocean chemistry, or the introduction of new species could disrupt these delicate balances, leading to shifts in community structure. The Ordovician seas, while dominated by marine life, were not entirely devoid of terrestrial influence. The earliest pioneers of land plants were beginning to make their mark, albeit in a limited capacity. These early plants, though not direct players in the marine food web, would eventually play a crucial role in shaping the Earth's ecosystems. The story of their emergence from the water and colonization of the land is a tale of remarkable adaptation and evolutionary innovation. The earliest tangible evidence of this transition is preserved in the form of microscopic spores and other microfossils, offering a glimpse into the dawn of terrestrial life. The Ordovician Period, renowned for its diverse marine life and the reign of formidable sea creatures, also marks a pivotal chapter in the history of terrestrial life, the emergence of the first land plants. While the image of monstrous marine predators often dominates our perception of this era, subtle yet profound changes were unfolding on the barren landscapes, laying the groundwork for the greening of our planet. Fossil evidence from the Ordovician reveals that the initial colonization of land was spearheaded by simple, non-vascular plants, resembling modern-day liverworts and mosses. These pioneering species left behind a sparse but significant record, primarily in the form of spores and other microfossils. Spores, the reproductive units of these early plants, are remarkably resilient and easily dispersed, making them relatively abundant in Ordovician sedimentary rocks. The earliest confirmed evidence of land plants comes from fossilized spores dating back to the mid-Ordovician period, approximately 470 million years ago. These spores, extracted from ancient lake and river sediments, exhibit characteristics indicative of plant origins, such as ornamented walls and a resistant outer layer composed of sporopollenin, a complex polymer that protects against desiccation and UV radiation. The presence of sporopollenin is particularly significant, as it suggests that these early plants had already evolved mechanisms to cope with the harsh terrestrial environment. In addition to spores, other microfossils, including fragments of plant cuticles and cell walls, have been discovered in Ordovician deposits. Cuticles, waxy coverings that protect plant surfaces from water loss, provide further evidence that these early land plants were adapting to life outside of aquatic environments. While these microfossils offer valuable insights into the nature of early land plants, they also raise questions about the specific adaptations that enabled these organisms to thrive on land. What evolutionary innovations were necessary for plants to make the transition from water to land? And how did these adaptations evolve during the Ordovician? The move from aquatic to terrestrial environments required plants to overcome significant challenges. Unlike their algal ancestors buoyed by water, land plants needed structural support to combat gravity. This led to the evolution of rigid cell walls reinforced with lignin, providing the necessary scaffolding for upright growth. Vascular tissues, xylem and phloem, emerged to transport water and nutrients efficiently throughout the plant body, overcoming the limitations of diffusion in a terrestrial setting. Water conservation was another critical adaptation. The development of a waxy cuticle on aerial surfaces minimized water loss through evaporation. Stomata, specialized pores on leaves and stems, regulated gas exchange, allowing plants to take in carbon dioxide for photosynthesis while controlling water loss. These adaptations were crucial for survival in the drier terrestrial environment. Reproduction also required innovation. Algae rely on water for the dispersal of gametes, but land plants needed new strategies. Early adaptations included the development of spores with resistant walls, protecting them from desiccation and facilitating dispersal by wind. The evolution of the seed, with its protective coat and nutrient supply for the developing embryo, was a later but transformative adaptation. During the Ordovician period, the initial steps toward these adaptations began to appear. While the fossil record of early land plants from this era is sparse, evidence suggests the emergence of simple, non-vascular plants resembling modern-day liverworts and mosses. These pioneers likely colonized moist, sheltered habitats near the water's edge. Their presence, even in limited areas, marked a significant turning point in Earth's history, paving the way for more complex plant life to evolve and diversify in subsequent periods. As these early land plants established themselves, they began to exert a profound influence on the terrestrial environment. Their interactions with the soil and atmosphere would initiate a cascade of changes that reshaped the planet's surface and climate. The emergence of life on land during the Ordovician period, however rudimentary, instigated considerable changes to terrestrial environments. While the seas teemed with evolving life and fearsome predators, the land, initially barren, began its slow transformation under the influence of these pioneering plant species. One of the most significant impacts of early land plants was their role in soil formation. Before their arrival, the terrestrial surface consisted primarily of fragmented rock and mineral deposits. The physical action of early plants, such as the anchoring of rhizoids into the rocky surface, helped to break down the rock into smaller particles. Concurrent with this physical weathering, the plants also contributed organic matter to the developing soil. As these early plants lived and died, their decaying remains enriched the mineral substrate, creating a more hospitable environment for subsequent generations and other emerging terrestrial life forms. This gradual accumulation of organic material marked the genesis of true soil, a critical step in the evolution of terrestrial ecosystems. In addition to soil formation, these early plants also influenced atmospheric conditions. Through photosynthesis, they absorbed carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and released oxygen. While the scale of this impact during the Ordovician was relatively small compared to later periods, it represented the beginning of a long-term trend that would eventually lead to significant changes in atmospheric composition. The reduction in carbon dioxide levels may have contributed to global cooling, while the increase in oxygen, though initially modest, paved the way for the evolution of more complex terrestrial organisms that would require higher oxygen concentrations. The Ordovician witnessed more than just the proliferation of marine life. It marked the inception of life's terrestrial chapter. The early plants, in their simplicity, were the architects of a new world, setting the stage for the more complex ecosystems that would follow. But what exactly did these early colonizers look like? The Ordovician period marked the initial foray of plant life onto land, a monumental event that reshaped Earth's ecosystems. These first terrestrial colonizers, however, were far removed from the towering trees and vibrant flowers we see today. Instead, the Ordovician landscape was populated by simple, unassuming plants, mainly primitive forms, resembling modern-day liverworts and mosses. Unlike their modern counterparts, these early plants lacked several key features. Vascular tissue, the internal plumbing system that allows plants to transport water and nutrients over long distances, was either absent or rudimentary. This limitation restricted their size, keeping them low-lying and close to the moist ground. Similarly, true roots, which anchor plants and draw water from the soil, had not yet evolved. Instead, these pioneers likely relied on rhizoids, small hair-like structures, for attachment and limited absorption. Reproduction was also a simpler affair. Like modern bryophytes, Ordovician plants depended on water for fertilization, releasing sperm that would swim to the egg. This reproductive strategy confined them to damp environments. Furthermore, they lacked the protective seeds and pollen grains that later allowed plants to conquer drier habitats. Fossil evidence of these early plants is scarce but increasing, primarily consisting of spores and fragments of cuticles, the waxy outer layer that helps prevent desiccation. These findings suggest that while the Ordovician flora may have been limited in diversity and complexity, they were more widespread than previously thought, forming a green fringe along shorelines and in wetlands. The impact of these humble beginnings cannot be overstated. Even these simple plants began the slow process of weathering rocks and creating soil, paving the way for more complex plant communities. They also started to alter the atmosphere, drawing down carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen, subtly influencing the global climate. This gradual greening of the land set the stage for a cascade of evolutionary events, most notably influencing the evolution of terrestrial animals. The terrestrial realm, once barren, underwent a profound transformation with the arrival of the first land plants. These early colonizers, though simple in structure, initiated a cascade of ecological changes that profoundly influenced the evolution of terrestrial animals. The initial impact was the creation of rudimentary ecosystems, providing the first opportunities for animals to exploit a new food source and habitat. Prior to plant colonization, terrestrial surfaces offered little sustenance. The emergence of even basic plant life provided a direct food source for herbivores. These early plant eaters, in turn, became prey for the first terrestrial carnivores, establishing simple food webs. This predator-prey dynamic spurred evolutionary adaptations in both groups, driving diversification and increasing complexity in terrestrial animal life. Beyond direct sustenance, the presence of plants began to alter the physical environment. Early plant communities, even if limited in size and distribution, started the process of soil development. Plant roots helped to stabilize the surface, reducing erosion and creating more stable habitats. Accumulating organic matter from decaying plant material enriched the soil, providing a substrate for more complex plant communities to develop over time. These changes, in turn, offered new opportunities for animal evolution. Soil development created habitats for burrowing animals, providing refuge from predators and harsh environmental conditions. Increased humidity, moderated temperatures, and greater availability of shade offered by developing plant cover allowed animals to venture farther from water sources and colonize previously uninhabitable areas. The Ordovician period witnessed the very beginning of these processes, setting the stage for the more dramatic terrestrial ecosystems that would emerge in the subsequent Silurian and Devonian periods. The fossil record of these early land plants is crucial to understanding these transformative events. Several key locations around the globe offer glimpses into these pioneering terrestrial ecosystems. What are the major fossil sites that provide evidence of early land plants from the Ordovician period? The Ordovician period, famed for its marine biodiversity and the rise of formidable sea creatures, also marks a pivotal chapter in the history of terrestrial life. The emergence of the first land plants. While the fossil record of these early colonizers is comparatively sparse, several key sites provide invaluable insights into their nature and distribution. One notable location is in Saudi Arabia, where dispersed fossil spores have been discovered within Ordovician sediments. These spores, though not direct evidence of plant bodies, indicate the presence of early embryophytes, plants with protected embryos, in the region. The chemical composition of these spores further suggests that these early plants possessed a protective outer layer, aiding in their survival in the harsh terrestrial environment. In Oman, similar spore assemblages have been found, reinforcing the idea that early land plants were widespread across Gondwana, the ancient supercontinent that included present-day Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. These findings are particularly significant because they predate many other confirmed plant fossil discoveries, pushing back the timeline for the initial colonization of land. Further evidence comes from North America, specifically from deposits in Virginia. Here, researchers have uncovered fossil fragments of what appear to be early liverwort-like plants. While the fossils are fragmentary, their cellular structure and morphology align with those of modern bryophytes, non-vascular plants that include mosses and liverworts. These fossils offer a glimpse into the physical structure of early land plants, suggesting they were small, simple, and likely confined to moist environments. These fossil sites, though geographically dispersed, collectively paint a picture of early land plants as small, relatively simple organisms that thrived in moist environments during the Ordovician period. Their presence, even in these early stages of terrestrial colonization, would have had far-reaching effects on Earth's surface processes, setting the stage for more complex plant life to evolve and alter the planet's landscape. As these pioneering plants established themselves, they inevitably began to interact with their environment in novel ways. How did this interaction manifest in terms of weathering and erosion of rocks? During the Ordovician period, the emergence of land plants initiated a transformative chapter in Earth's history, significantly altering the planet's surface dynamics. One of the primary ways these pioneering plants reshaped the terrestrial environment was through their influence on the weathering and erosion of rocks. Before the Ordovician, weathering and erosion were largely physical processes, driven by wind, water, and temperature fluctuations. The arrival of plants introduced biological weathering on a substantial scale. Plant roots, as they burrowed into the soil and rock crevices, exerted physical pressure, gradually breaking down the rock structure. This process, known as bioweathering, augmented the existing physical weathering mechanisms, accelerating the disintegration of rocks into smaller particles. Beyond the physical action of roots, plants also contributed to chemical weathering. They secrete organic acids, such as oxalic and citric acid, into the surrounding soil. These acids react with the minerals in rocks, dissolving them and weakening their structure. This chemical breakdown was particularly effective on silicate minerals, which constitute a large proportion of many rock types. The release of these minerals not only further eroded the rocks, but also enriched the soil, creating a more fertile environment that supported further plant growth. The presence of plants also stabilized the soil, influencing erosion rates. Plant roots bind soil particles together, making them more resistant to being carried away by wind or water. In areas with dense plant cover, the rate of soil erosion was significantly reduced compared to barren landscapes. This stabilization effect was crucial in shaping the landscape and preventing the rapid loss of valuable topsoil. The Ordovician marked the beginning of a long-term interplay between plants and the Earth's surface, gradually transforming the planet's landscapes and setting the stage for the ecosystems we know today. As plants expanded their reach across the land, they forged intricate relationships with other organisms, including fungi, which played a pivotal facilitative role in this colonization of land. As the Ordovician seas teemed with life, a quieter revolution was unfolding on land, one crucially facilitated by the often underappreciated kingdom of fungi. While the first plants were simple, low-lying forms hugging the moist fringes of terrestrial environments, their success in colonizing land was inextricably linked to symbiotic relationships with fungi, particularly arbuscular mycorrhizal fungi, AMF. These fungi formed intimate associations with plant roots, extending vast networks of hyphae into the soil. This network acted as an extension of the plant's root system, dramatically increasing the surface area for nutrient and water absorption. In the nutrient-poor and often harsh conditions of early terrestrial environments, this partnership was critical. Fungi provided plants with essential minerals like phosphorus and nitrogen, which were scarce in the rocky substrates of the time. In return, plants supplied the fungi with carbohydrates produced through photosynthesis. Fungi also played a vital role in the very formation of soil. Early terrestrial environments were largely barren rockscapes. Fungi, along with lichens, a symbiotic partnership between fungi and algae or cyanobacteria, began the slow process of weathering rocks, breaking them down into smaller particles that would eventually form the basis of soil. Their hyphae physically penetrated rock crevices, and they secreted acids that chemically dissolved minerals. This process, combined with the accumulation of decaying organic matter from early plant life, gradually created a more hospitable environment for plant colonization. The establishment of these early plant-fungi partnerships had far-reaching consequences. As plants thrived, they further stabilized the soil, preventing erosion and allowing for the accumulation of more organic matter. This, in turn, created opportunities for other organisms to colonize the land, paving the way for the development of more complex terrestrial ecosystems. Yet, this burgeoning period of life faced a significant challenge, a cataclysmic event that would reshape the planet's biodiversity and ecological landscape. The Ordovician period, despite its vibrant ecosystems, was about to meet a dramatic end. The Ordovician period, teeming with bizarre and formidable marine life, met an abrupt and devastating end. This cataclysm, known as the Ordovician Silurian extinction event, marks one of the most significant biodiversity crises in Earth's history. Understanding its scope and impact provides crucial insights into the fragility of life and the potential consequences of drastic environmental shifts. This extinction event unfolded approximately 447 to 443 million years ago, straddling the boundary between the Ordovician and Silurian periods. Unlike some other mass extinctions that occurred relatively rapidly, the Ordovician Silurian extinction appears to have transpired in two distinct pulses, spread over an estimated 1 to 3 million years. This drawn-out period of devastation distinguishes it from more abrupt events and suggests a complex interplay of causal factors. The severity of the Ordovician Silurian extinction is difficult to overstate. It ranks as the second-largest extinction event in Earth's history, based on the percentage of marine genera that disappeared. Estimates suggest that around 85% of marine species were wiped out. a staggering loss of biodiversity that profoundly reshaped the course of evolution. Hard-bodied marine invertebrates, which had diversified extensively during the Ordovician, were particularly hard hit. Trilobites, brachiopods, graptolites, conodonts, and echinoderms all suffered significant losses, drastically reducing their abundance and diversity in the subsequent Silurian period. The extinction also impacted early fish populations, although the fossil record for these organisms during this period is less complete. The magnitude and duration of the Ordovician Silurian extinction event demand a thorough investigation into its underlying causes. The search for these causes leads scientists to consider a range of geological and climatic phenomena. Among the potential drivers, glaciation and associated sea level changes stand out as primary suspects. The Ordovician Silurian extinction event, one of the most significant crises in Earth's history, unfolded due to a complex interplay of factors, the most prominent being dramatic climate shifts and subsequent sea level fluctuations. This cataclysmic event, which occurred approximately 443 million years ago, decimated marine ecosystems that had flourished throughout the Ordovician period. The primary instigator of this extinction was the onset of intense glaciation in the Gondwana supercontinent, which was then located at the South Pole. This glaciation period, although relatively short, triggered a cascade of environmental changes that proved devastating to marine life. As massive ice sheets formed and expanded, vast quantities of water were locked up as ice, leading to a significant drop in global sea levels. This drastic sea level fall resulted in the destruction of shallow marine habitats, which were home to a large proportion of Ordovician biodiversity. Coastal ecosystems were particularly vulnerable, as they were either completely eliminated or drastically altered, leaving many species without suitable environments. Concurrent with the drop in sea levels, the Earth experienced a period of intense cooling. The expansion of glaciers increased the planet's albedo, reflecting more sunlight back into space and further exacerbating the cooling trend. These lower temperatures had a direct impact on marine organisms, many of which were adapted to the warmer conditions that had prevailed during the Ordovician period. The sudden shift to colder waters stressed these organisms, weakening their physiological functions and making them more susceptible to disease and predation. Furthermore, changes in ocean chemistry played a crucial role in the extinction event. As glaciers melted during the later stages of the glaciation period, the influx of fresh water into the oceans disrupted salinity levels and ocean currents. This disruption led to changes in nutrient availability and oxygen levels, creating unfavorable conditions for many marine species. The combination of habitat loss, temperature stress, and altered ocean chemistry proved to be a lethal cocktail for a wide range of marine organisms, leading to a significant restructuring of marine ecosystems. The Ordovician Silurian extinction event selectively targeted certain groups of marine organisms based on their ecological niches and physiological tolerances. Understanding which groups were most affected and why they were particularly vulnerable provides valuable insights into the dynamics of this ancient mass extinction. The Ordovician Silurian extinction event exerted a highly selective pressure on marine life, disproportionately impacting certain groups while leaving others relatively unscathed. Brachiopods and trilobites, two dominant groups of the Ordovician seas, suffered significant losses. Brachiopods, filter-feeding organisms that attach to the seafloor, experienced widespread extinction, particularly among species with calcium carbonate shells. Their susceptibility may have stemmed from ocean acidification linked to the extinction event, which hindered their ability to build and maintain their shells. Trilobites, the iconic arthropods of the Paleozoic, also faced a major decline. While they had already experienced some attrition earlier in the Ordovician, the extinction event accelerated their demise. Trilobites with complex visual systems and those adapted to specific ecological niches were especially vulnerable, suggesting that environmental changes disrupted their food sources and habitats. Other groups that experienced substantial losses included conodonts, early chordates with tooth-like elements, and graptolites, colonial organisms that floated in the water column. The decline of conodonts is still not fully understood, but it may be related to changes in ocean chemistry or food availability. Graptolites, on the other hand, were likely impacted by sea level fluctuations and changes in ocean circulation patterns, which disrupted their planktonic lifestyle. In contrast, some groups fared relatively well during the extinction event. Nautiloids, cephalopods with external shells, and jawless fishes showed greater resilience, possibly due to their more adaptable lifestyles or physiological traits. The differential survival of various groups highlights the complex interplay of factors that determined vulnerability during this period of environmental upheaval. The extinction event acted as a major reset button, altering the course of marine evolution and setting the stage for the Silurian period. The profound losses reshaped the structure and composition of marine ecosystems, initiating a cascade of ecological changes with far-reaching consequences. The Ordovician Silurian extinction event triggered a profound restructuring of marine ecosystems, dismantling established ecological relationships and paving the way for new evolutionary trajectories. The selective nature of the extinction, which disproportionately affected certain groups, fundamentally altered the composition of marine communities. For instance, the decline of many trilobite and brachiopod lineages created ecological vacancies that were subsequently filled by other organisms. One of the most significant long-term consequences was the shift in dominance among marine invertebrates. The Ordovician seas were characterized by diverse communities of articulate brachiopods, trilobites, and other shelly fauna. Post-extinction, these groups never fully regained their former prominence. Instead, the Silurian period witnessed the rise of new groups, such as crinoids and corals, which diversified and expanded to occupy niches previously held by the Ordovician fauna. This ecological turnover resulted in a marine ecosystem with a different overall structure and function. Another notable consequence was the alteration of marine food webs. The extinction of apex predators and key primary producers likely disrupted the flow of energy through the ecosystem. This disruption may have led to cascading effects, influencing the abundance and distribution of species at multiple trophic levels. The recovery of marine food webs was a gradual process, characterized by periods of instability and experimentation as new ecological relationships were established. The long-term effects of the Ordovician Silurian extinction also extended to the biogeochemical cycling of elements in the ocean. The mass die-off of marine organisms resulted in a massive influx of organic matter to the seafloor, which likely altered the redox conditions and nutrient availability in the water column. These changes in ocean chemistry may have had far-reaching consequences for the evolution and diversification of marine life in the Silurian period. Understanding the precise mechanisms that drove this extinction event is crucial for unraveling the complex interplay between environmental change and biological evolution. The search for these mechanisms leads us to consider the potential roles of major climatic shifts, such as the extensive glaciation and associated sea level fluctuations. What evidence supports the role of glaciation and sea level changes in driving the Ordovician Silurian extinction? The Ordovician Silurian extinction's association with glaciation and dramatic sea level fluctuations is supported by a variety of geological and paleontological evidence. One key piece of evidence comes from the analysis of sedimentary rocks. During the late Ordovician, a significant shift in the isotopic composition of marine sediments reveals a period of intense glaciation. Specifically, the ratio of oxygen 18 to oxygen 16, Deta 18O, increases, indicating colder temperatures and the locking up of water in ice sheets. These isotopic anomalies are found in rocks from various locations globally, suggesting a widespread glaciation event rather than a localized phenomenon. Sea level changes are recorded in the rock record as well. The presence of extensive unconformities, which are gaps in the geological record caused by erosion during periods of low sea level, indicate that the shallow marine environments, which were home to many Ordovician species, were periodically exposed and then flooded as glaciers advanced and retreated. These cycles of inundation and exposure would have dramatically altered habitats, stressing marine organisms and leading to extinctions. Fossil evidence also supports the glaciation-extinction link. The fossil record indicates that species adapted to stable, shallow water environments suffered the greatest losses. Organisms that were adapted to colder water or that could tolerate fluctuating sea levels were more likely to survive. For example, deep-sea organisms were less affected than those living in shallow seas. Finally, geochemical evidence reveals that ocean anoxia, oxygen depletion, occurred during the extinction event. As glaciers melted, massive amounts of freshwater runoff entered the oceans, disrupting ocean circulation patterns. This led to stratification of the water column, with oxygen-depleted bottom waters expanding and suffocating marine life. The combination of habitat loss, temperature, stress, and anoxia created a lethal cocktail for many Ordovician species. The Ordovician Silurian extinction offers a unique opportunity to understand the profound impact of climate change on biodiversity. But how does this event compare to other major extinction events in Earth's history? The Ordovician Silurian extinction event, while devastating, holds a unique position when compared to the other major extinction events that have punctuated Earth's history. Unlike the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction, famously known for the demise of the dinosaurs, the Ordovician Silurian event didn't involve a catastrophic impact. Similarly, in contrast to the end Permian extinction, often dubbed the Great Dying due to its unparalleled scale of devastation, the Ordovician Silurian event appears to have been less severe in terms of the absolute percentage of species lost. While estimates vary, the end Permian extinction is believed to have wiped out around 96% of marine species, dwarfing the approximately 85% estimated to have perished during the Ordovician Silurian event. However, the Ordovician Silurian extinction holds the distinction of being the second largest in Earth's history in terms of marine life lost. What sets it apart is its potential cause. A complex interplay of factors, primarily driven by dramatic climate change. The shift from a greenhouse climate to an icehouse climate, triggered by the movement of Gondwana towards the South Pole, led to widespread glaciation, sea level fall, and habitat loss. This was followed by a subsequent period of warming and sea level rise as the glaciers melted, creating a double whammy for marine life. In comparison, the late Devonian extinction, another major event, is thought to have been a drawn-out affair, possibly spanning millions of years and involving multiple pulses of extinction. The Ordovician Silurian event, though still debated, may have occurred in two distinct pulses, each contributing to the overall biodiversity loss. This two-phased nature adds complexity to understanding the specific mechanisms driving the extinction and the subsequent recovery patterns. Understanding the specific impacts on various marine groups and the subsequent recovery patterns is crucial for comprehending the long-term consequences of this event. This involves examining the fossil record to identify which groups suffered the most, which survived, and how marine ecosystems were restructured in the aftermath. By studying these recovery patterns, we can gain insights into the resilience of life and the processes that shape biodiversity over geological timescales. The aftermath of the Ordovician Silurian extinction event witnessed a reshaping of marine ecosystems, with recovery patterns varying across different groups. Brachiopods, which had been dominant, experienced a significant decline. Yet, certain resilient genera diversified, occupying niches left vacant by the extinction. Similarly, trilobites, though heavily impacted, saw some lineages adapt and persist, albeit with reduced diversity compared to their Ordovician heyday. Graptolites, important index fossils of the period, faced near-total devastation. Their recovery was slow, with new forms emerging that differed significantly from their predecessors. Conodonts, another crucial group, also suffered losses, but their adaptability allowed them to rebound relatively quickly, diversifying into new ecological roles. The recovery was not merely a return to pre-extinction conditions. The marine environment had fundamentally changed, leading to the evolution of new strategies. For instance, the Silurian period saw the rise of tabulate and rugose corals, forming extensive reef systems that provided habitats for diverse communities. These reefs differed in structure and composition from earlier Ordovician reefs, reflecting the altered environmental conditions and the evolutionary innovations of the surviving organisms. Ecological restructuring was a hallmark of the recovery. The extinction event created opportunities for new groups to rise to prominence, altering the balance of marine ecosystems. The gradual re-establishment of complex food webs and ecological interactions characterized the Silurian period. This recovery was a mosaic of survival, adaptation, and innovation, setting the stage for the evolution of marine life in the subsequent Silurian period. The selective pressures exerted by the extinction event would play a pivotal role in shaping the trajectory of marine life. The Ordovician Silurian extinction event acted as a severe evolutionary bottleneck, fundamentally reshaping marine life's trajectory into the Silurian period. The drastic reduction in biodiversity created ecological vacancies, opening new avenues for surviving lineages to diversify and adapt. Groups that were previously minor players in the Ordovician ecosystems experienced rapid evolutionary radiation, filling niches left vacant by the extinct species. One notable consequence of the extinction was the shift in dominant marine organisms. For instance, brachiopods, which had been a significant component of Ordovician benthic communities, continued to be important but faced increased competition from bivalves, which diversified significantly in the Silurian. Similarly, the decline of trilobites, a hallmark of the Ordovician, paved the way for the rise of other arthropod groups. The extinction event also influenced the structure of marine food webs. With the loss of many top predators, new predator-prey relationships emerged. The Silurian saw the evolution of more efficient predators and the development of defensive mechanisms in prey species, leading to an escalation in the evolutionary arms race. The composition of plankton communities also changed, impacting the base of the marine food web and influencing the distribution and abundance of marine organisms. Furthermore, the environmental changes associated with the extinction event, such as altered sea levels and ocean chemistry, imposed strong selective pressures on marine life. Organisms that could tolerate or adapt to these new conditions were more likely to survive and reproduce, leading to the evolution of new physiological and ecological adaptations. The Silurian oceans, therefore, were populated by organisms that not only filled the ecological roles left vacant by the extinct species, but also possessed traits that allowed them to thrive in the altered post-extinction environment. The stage was set for a period of ecological recovery and evolutionary innovation. The process through which marine ecosystems re-established themselves, including the rebuilding of reefs and the complex food webs that sustained them, is a fascinating chapter in the history of life on Earth. The aftermath of the Ordovician Silurian extinction was a world profoundly different from what had come before. The rebuilding of marine ecosystems was a slow and complex process, marked by shifts in species dominance and ecological structure. The ecological landscape was barren, offering opportunities for new life to take hold. Reef ecosystems, which had been severely decimated, began a gradual recovery. However, the reef-building organisms of the Silurian period were not the same as their Ordovician predecessors. Tabulate corals and stromatoporoids, a type of sponge-like organism, became the primary reef builders, forming smaller, less diverse reefs compared to the massive structures of the Ordovician. These new reefs provided habitats for a variety of marine organisms, but the overall biodiversity remained lower than pre-extinction levels. The structure of marine food webs also underwent significant changes. With the loss of many dominant predators and prey species, new ecological niches opened up. Surviving organisms diversified to fill these vacant roles, and new groups emerged to take advantage of the altered environment. The recovery of plankton communities, the base of the marine food web, was crucial for supporting the re-establishment of higher trophic levels. Graptolites, though diminished in diversity, continued to be important components of plankton communities. The recovery was not uniform across all marine environments. Some areas recovered more quickly than others, depending on factors such as ocean chemistry, nutrient availability, and the degree of habitat destruction. Shallow water environments, which had been particularly hard hit by the extinction, experienced a more prolonged recovery compared to deeper water habitats. The Silurian period witnessed the rise of new groups of organisms and the diversification of existing ones as life seized the opportunities presented by the ecological void. But what new groups of organisms emerged or diversified during this period, and how did they fill ecological niches left vacant by the extinction? The Silurian period, spanning from 443.8 to 419.2 million years ago, represented a critical recovery phase following the devastating Ordovician Silurian extinction event. As the Earth healed, new biological communities arose, and surviving lineages diversified to occupy niches left open by the demise of many Ordovician species. One of the most notable developments was the diversification of jawless fishes, known as agnathons. These early vertebrates, which had originated before the extinction, experienced a surge in diversity during the Silurian. They evolved into various forms, some armored with bony plates, exploring different ecological roles in shallow marine and freshwater environments. Their success paved the way for the later evolution of jawed fishes. The Silurian also witnessed the rise of the first known vascular plants on land. While simple, these pioneering plants began to colonize terrestrial habitats, stabilizing soils and initiating the transformation of barren landscapes into vegetated ecosystems. This terrestrial greening had profound effects on atmospheric composition, weathering rates, and the overall biosphere. In the marine realm, coral reefs began to recover and rebuild. Tabulate and rugose corals, which had survived the extinction, diversified and formed complex reef structures, providing habitats for a range of other marine organisms. These Silurian reefs, though different in composition from modern reefs, represented a crucial step in the re-establishment of diverse marine ecosystems. Another significant development was the appearance of the first scorpions on land and the diversification of eurypterids in aquatic environments. Eurypterids, also known as sea scorpions, were a group of predatory arthropods, some of which grew to enormous sizes, becoming apex predators in Silurian seas and freshwater systems. Their diversification highlighted the recovery of complex food webs and the re-establishment of predator-prey relationships. These evolutionary radiations during the Silurian period demonstrated the resilience of life and its capacity to recover and diversify even after catastrophic events. However, the extinction event had a lasting impact, fundamentally reshaping the course of evolution for many groups of organisms. It is essential to consider how this pivotal event influenced the subsequent evolutionary trajectory of both marine invertebrates and vertebrates. The late Ordovician extinction profoundly reshaped the evolutionary paths of both marine invertebrates and vertebrates, setting the stage for the diversification that would characterize the following Silurian period. For marine invertebrates, the extinction event acted as a powerful selective filter. Groups that had previously dominated the Ordovician seas, such as the trilobites and brachiopods, suffered significant losses in diversity and abundance. The extinction cleared ecological space, allowing other groups to rise to prominence. For example, articulate brachiopods, which were less diverse than their inarticulate counterparts before the extinction, rapidly diversified afterward, filling niches left vacant by the decline of other brachiopod groups. Similarly, gastropods and bivalves, though present in the Ordovician, experienced a surge in diversification in the post-extinction environment. The impact on marine vertebrates, particularly the early jawless fishes, was also significant. While the fossil record of Ordovician vertebrates is relatively sparse, evidence suggests that the extinction event led to a restructuring of vertebrate communities. Some groups of jawless fishes disappeared, while others persisted and diversified. The survivors likely benefited from the reduced competition and the availability of new resources in the altered marine environment. This period also set the stage for the eventual evolution and diversification of jawed vertebrates, which would later become the dominant vertebrate group in the oceans. The extinction event did not simply eliminate species randomly, rather, it favored certain traits and adaptations that enhanced survival in the drastically changed environmental conditions. This selective pressure led to a shift in the overall composition of marine ecosystems, with some groups declining and others flourishing in their wake. The survivors not only had to withstand the immediate stresses of the extinction event, such as changes in sea level, temperature fluctuations, and altered ocean chemistry, but they also had to adapt to the restructured ecological landscape that emerged in its aftermath. This raises a crucial question. What evidence suggests that some organisms were pre-adapted to survive the extinction event? And how did this influence their subsequent success? The end Ordovician extinction was undeniably catastrophic, yet life's tenacious grip on Earth never faltered. Amidst the devastation, certain organisms possessed traits that, while not specifically evolved for an extinction event, inadvertently provided a survival advantage. These pre-adaptations played a crucial role in shaping the trajectory of life's recovery and subsequent diversification. One compelling line of evidence lies in the survival of brachiopods. Some species had developed deeper burrowing habits. As the extinction progressed, these burrowing brachiopods found refuge from the environmental stresses impacting surface waters like sea level changes, temperature fluctuations, and shifts in ocean chemistry. This behavioral adaptation proved invaluable, allowing them to persist while their surface-dwelling relatives perished. Their survival paved the way for brachiopods to reclaim ecological niches in the aftermath. Similarly, certain groups of trilobites exhibited pre-existing tolerance to low oxygen conditions. The extinction event triggered widespread ocean anoxia, decimating many marine species. However, trilobites already adapted to oxygen-deprived environments found a competitive edge. The capacity to withstand these conditions allowed them to navigate the crisis and capitalize on the reduced competition in the recovering ecosystems. The presence of microbial mats also played a significant role. These complex communities of microorganisms thrived in the altered post-extinction environment, providing a food source and habitat for surviving organisms. Species that could utilize these mats, or found shelter within them, had a greater chance of survival. This highlights how existing ecological interactions influence survival rates and shape the composition of future communities. The story of life's recovery is not solely one of devastation, but also of resilience and opportunity. The organisms that emerged from the end Ordovician extinction did so not as blank slates, but as inheritors of traits that, by chance or necessity, allowed them to weather the storm. These pre-adaptations acted as a springboard for renewed diversification, setting the stage for the next chapter in Earth's history. As life began to rebound in the wake of the Ordovician extinction, the stage upon which this drama unfolded was itself undergoing significant transformation. The Silurian period witnessed profound changes in the physical environment, and the interplay between these changes and the recovering biota is a critical aspect of understanding the trajectory of life after the cataclysm. How did the physical environment change during the Silurian period, and how did these changes affect the recovery of marine life? The Silurian period, spanning from 443.8 to 419.2 million years ago, witnessed significant environmental shifts that profoundly influenced the recovery and subsequent re-diversification of marine life following the devastating Ordovician Silurian extinction event. One of the most notable changes was the gradual stabilization of global climate. The intense glaciation that characterized the late Ordovician gave way to a warmer, more equable climate, leading to the melting of ice sheets and a rise in sea levels. This transgression created extensive shallow marine environments, providing new habitats for marine organisms to colonize. Sea level changes triggered the inundation of vast continental areas, forming expansive epicontinental seas. These shallow, sunlit waters became nurseries for many recovering species and facilitated the evolution of new ecological niches. The reduction in glaciation also stabilized ocean salinity, which had fluctuated dramatically during the Ordovician-Silurian transition, further aiding the recovery of marine ecosystems. Another crucial environmental change was the gradual re-establishment of ocean chemistry. The extinction event had disrupted the carbon cycle, leading to periods of anoxia and ocean acidification. During the Silurian, the carbon cycle began to stabilize, with increased organic carbon burial and a gradual return to more oxygenated conditions in many marine environments. This improvement in oxygen levels was particularly important for the recovery of benthic communities, which had suffered heavily during the extinction. The Silurian also saw continued tectonic activity, with the ongoing closure of the Iapetus Ocean and the formation of the supercontinent Euramerica, Laurussia. This tectonic activity led to the creation of new island arcs and volcanic activity, which contributed to the diversification of marine habitats. The collision of landmasses also influenced ocean currents and nutrient distribution, further shaping the recovery and diversification of marine life. As life rebounded, key fossil sites capture snapshots of this pivotal period, preserving the story of resilience and adaptation. These locations reveal the intricacies of ecological restoration and the rise of new dominant species. Following the catastrophic Ordovician-Silurian extinction, life slowly began its long journey of recovery and rediversification. This resurgence is chronicled in a number of key fossil sites worldwide, each offering a unique window into the evolving ecosystems of the early Silurian period. One significant location is the Wenlock series of England, a sequence of sedimentary rocks renowned for its exceptional preservation of marine invertebrates. The fossils found here, including brachiopods, corals, and trilobites, showcase a gradual return to ecological complexity. These sites reveal how surviving lineages adapted and diversified to fill vacant ecological niches, hinting at the restructuring of marine communities after the extinction. In North America, the fossil-rich strata of the Brassfield Formation in Ohio and surrounding states offer further insights. This formation contains diverse assemblages of crinoids, bryozoans, and other filter-feeding organisms, providing evidence of the recovery of reef-building communities. These fossils demonstrate the resilience of marine ecosystems and their capacity to rebuild even after severe biodiversity loss. Another important area is the Anti-Atlas region of Morocco, which boasts a remarkable record of early Silurian life. The Tafilalt biota, in particular, preserves a wide array of organisms, from trilobites and graptolites to early vertebrates. These fossils provide a comprehensive view of the re-establishment of marine food webs and the evolution of new ecological interactions. These key fossil sites, among others, collectively paint a picture of a world slowly healing. They reveal the pathways through which life recovered, diversified, and re-established itself in the aftermath of one of Earth's most dramatic extinction events. These locations provide invaluable data for understanding the processes of ecological recovery and the long-term consequences of mass extinctions. As life rebounded in the aftermath of the Ordovician-Silurian extinction, the very structure of marine environments underwent significant changes. How did this cataclysmic event reshape the distribution and abundance of different types of marine habitats? The Ordovician-Silurian extinction event profoundly reshaped the distribution and abundance of marine habitats, initiating a cascade of ecological changes that rippled through the world's oceans. Before the extinction, the Ordovician seas teemed with a diverse array of life, including extensive reef systems built by now extinct organisms like tabulate corals and stromatoporoids. These complex habitats supported a rich tapestry of associated species. The initial pulse of the extinction, triggered by glaciation and subsequent sea level fall, devastated these shallow water environments. Reefs, particularly vulnerable to changes in water depth and temperature, suffered significant losses. As sea levels dropped, vast areas of the continental shelves were exposed, eliminating critical habitat for numerous benthic organisms. The subsequent transgression, or rise in sea level, led to a restructuring of habitat availability. The extinction also altered the composition of the seafloor. Hard substrates, once dominated by reef-building organisms, became less common. Soft sediment environments expanded as erosion increased and sedimentation patterns shifted. This favored burrowing organisms and those adapted to life on or within loose sediments. The distribution of oxygen within the water column was also impacted. Extensive anoxia, or oxygen depletion, in deeper waters further restricted habitable zones for many marine species. The survivors of the extinction faced a dramatically different world. Competition for resources intensified in the reduced habitable areas, leading to new ecological interactions. The recovery period saw the rise of new types of reefs built by different organisms and the gradual re-establishment of complex marine ecosystems. However, the road to recovery was long, and the composition of marine communities remained altered for millions of years. Understanding how habitat distribution and abundance changed in the wake of the Ordovician-Silurian extinction provides valuable insights into the resilience and vulnerability of marine ecosystems. These ancient events offer a unique opportunity to explore the long-term consequences of environmental change and can help inform our understanding of modern conservation challenges. The lessons learned from this period of profound upheaval have direct relevance to contemporary issues. The Ordovician-Silurian extinction event and the subsequent recovery offer invaluable insights for modern conservation efforts, painting a stark picture of ecological fragility alongside nature's remarkable resilience. The selective nature of the extinction, which disproportionately affected marine species dependent on stable, oxygen-rich environments, underscores the vulnerability of ecosystems to rapid environmental change. This is a particularly salient lesson in our current era of anthropogenic climate change, where ocean acidification and deoxygenation are becoming increasingly prevalent. The protracted recovery period following the Ordovician-Silurian extinction, lasting millions of years, demonstrates that ecosystems do not simply bounce back after a major disruption. Instead, recovery is a complex process of rediversification, with new species emerging to fill ecological niches vacated by extinct organisms. Understanding the timescales involved in natural recovery processes is crucial for setting realistic expectations for conservation outcomes. Conservation strategies must focus not only on preventing further biodiversity loss, but also on facilitating the long-term recovery of degraded ecosystems. The rise of new life forms and ecological strategies following the extinction also highlights the importance of preserving genetic diversity. The survivors of the Ordovician-Silurian extinction contain the genetic potential for the subsequent rediversification of life. Similarly, maintaining genetic diversity within existing populations is essential for ensuring that species can adapt to future environmental changes. The Ordovician period, despite its cataclysmic events, ultimately showcases the Earth's capacity for renewal. However, the lessons learned from this period emphasize that recovery is neither guaranteed nor swift. The period serves as a reminder of the profound interconnectedness of Earth's systems and the far-reaching consequences of environmental change. As we navigate the challenges of the modern biodiversity crisis, these ancient events provide a crucial perspective, guiding our efforts to protect and restore the natural world. The rocks and sediments formed during the Ordovician period hold more than just paleontological and evolutionary significance. They also represent a treasure trove of economic resources, offering potential for oil and gas exploration and insights into the formation of valuable mineral deposits. Beyond the fascinating biological narrative preserved within Ordovician rocks, these ancient formations hold considerable economic significance, primarily related to their potential for hydrocarbon exploration and as sources of valuable minerals. The very conditions that fostered the diversification of marine life also contributed to the accumulation of organic matter, the precursor to oil and natural gas. Specifically, the widespread epicontinental seas of the Ordovician, combined with high primary productivity, created environments conducive to the burial and preservation of organic-rich sediments. These sediments, subjected to heat and pressure over millions of years, transformed into source rocks for hydrocarbons. While not as prolific as some younger geological periods, Ordovician formations in certain regions have proven to be commercially viable oil and gas reservoirs. Regions like the North American mid-continent and parts of North Africa have seen successful hydrocarbon exploration targeting Ordovician reservoirs. The specific types of rocks that serve as reservoirs vary, but commonly include porous and permeable carbonates, often associated with ancient reef structures. Recall that the Ordovician saw the development of the earliest substantial reef ecosystems, which can now act as traps for oil and gas. In addition to hydrocarbons, Ordovician rocks can also host economically important mineral deposits. Sedimentary iron ores, formed through the precipitation of iron oxides in shallow marine environments, are found in some Ordovician formations. Furthermore, certain Ordovician shales are enriched in rare earth elements, which are critical components in modern electronics and green technologies. The economic potential of these shales is increasingly being investigated. The exploration and exploitation of Ordovician resources require a deep understanding of the period's paleogeography, sedimentology, and tectonic history. Geologists use a variety of techniques, including seismic surveys, well logging, and geochemical analysis, to identify and characterize potential reservoirs and mineral deposits. As the demand for energy and resources continues to grow, the economic significance of Ordovician rocks is likely to increase. This will drive further research and exploration efforts, prompting questions such as, what are some of the ongoing research projects focused on the Ordovician period, and what questions are they trying to answer? The Ordovician period continues to be a vibrant area of geological and paleontological investigation. Current research endeavors are tackling a range of intricate questions, fueled by new fossil discoveries, advanced analytical techniques, and evolving theoretical frameworks. One major focus involves refining our understanding of the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event, GOBE. Scientists are using phylogenetic analyses and molecular clock data to pinpoint the timing and drivers of diversification within specific invertebrate groups, such as brachiopods and trilobites. These studies aim to disentangle the roles of environmental changes, like sea level fluctuations and ocean chemistry shifts, in promoting or hindering evolutionary innovation. Researchers are also investigating the interplay between the GOBE and the earlier Cambrian explosion, seeking to determine whether the Ordovician radiation represented a continuation of Cambrian trends or a distinct phase of evolutionary expansion. Another active area of research concerns the end Ordovician mass extinction. Scientists are exploring the causes and consequences of this event, with particular attention to the role of glaciation, sea level fall, and associated changes in ocean circulation and chemistry. High-resolution geochemical analyses of sedimentary rocks are being used to reconstruct environmental conditions before, during, and after the extinction, providing insights into the mechanisms that drove the loss of biodiversity. Researchers are also examining the differential survival and recovery of various marine invertebrate groups, shedding light on the ecological factors that influenced extinction, vulnerability, and resilience. Beyond biodiversity dynamics, ongoing research is also focused on reconstructing Ordovician paleogeography and tectonics. Scientists are using paleomagnetic data and sedimentary provenance studies to refine our understanding of the positions and movements of continents during this period. These efforts are crucial for understanding the distribution of marine environments, the formation of mountain ranges, and the interplay between tectonics and climate. Unlocking these ancient mysteries provides essential context as we transition toward discussing how the Ordovician period informs our broader understanding of Earth's history and life's evolutionary trajectory. The Ordovician period, with its dramatic evolutionary changes and environmental shifts, serves as a critical touchstone for understanding both the history of our planet and the trajectory of life itself. Because the Ordovician followed the Cambrian explosion, studying it allows scientists to investigate how initial biodiversity booms can lead to periods of both diversification and extinction, offering clues about the long-term stability or instability of ecosystems. The period's extensive marine invertebrate fossil record offers unprecedented insights into the development of complex ecological relationships. By examining the morphology and distribution of these ancient organisms, we can reconstruct ancient food webs and understand how species interacted within their environments. This is especially valuable when studying the evolution of predation and defense mechanisms, as the Ordovician saw significant escalations in these biological arms races. Furthermore, the Ordovician period provides a valuable case study in understanding the effects of major climate shifts on global biodiversity. The transition from a greenhouse climate to an icehouse climate during the late Ordovician, culminating in a mass extinction event, offers a natural experiment for assessing the vulnerability and resilience of different species and ecosystems. By studying the patterns of extinction and survival during this period, we can gain valuable insights into the potential impacts of modern climate change on marine life. The tectonic activity and sea level changes of the Ordovician also offer perspectives on how geological forces shape biological evolution. The assembly and breakup of supercontinents, along with associated changes in ocean circulation patterns, profoundly influenced the distribution and evolution of marine organisms. Analyzing the interplay between these geological and biological processes deepens our understanding of the co-evolution of life and Earth. However, unraveling the mysteries of the Ordovician is not without its challenges, and researchers face considerable hurdles in their work. The study of the Ordovician period, while exceptionally rewarding, presents a unique set of hurdles for paleontologists and geologists. The very age of Ordovician rocks contributes to the difficulty, as billions of years of geological processes have altered and obscured much of the original material. Tectonic activity, a significant feature of the Ordovician, as previously discussed, has folded, faulted, and metamorphosed many Ordovician rock formations, distorting the fossil record and making it challenging to reconstruct ancient environments. Another challenge lies in the incompleteness of the fossil record itself. Fossilization is a rare event, and only a tiny fraction of organisms that lived during the Ordovician have been preserved. Furthermore, many Ordovician fossils are fragmented or poorly preserved, making identification and analysis difficult. The sheer diversity of marine invertebrates that exploded onto the scene during this period, building upon the foundations laid by the Cambrian explosion, adds another layer of complexity. Disentangling evolutionary relationships and understanding the ecological roles of these organisms requires meticulous examination and comparison of often incomplete specimens. Access to Ordovician rock outcrops can also be problematic. Many key fossil sites are located in remote or inaccessible regions, requiring extensive logistical planning and fieldwork to collect samples. Political instability or environmental regulations can further restrict access to promising research locations. Once collected, the preparation and analysis of Ordovician fossils can be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Removing fossils from hard rock matrices requires specialized tools and techniques, and the subsequent study of these fossils often involves detailed microscopic examination and comparison with existing collections. Despite these challenges, researchers are employing innovative strategies to unlock the secrets of the Ordovician. Collaborative efforts between paleontologists, geologists, and other specialists are becoming increasingly common, fostering interdisciplinary approaches to research. Paleontologists are also using statistical methods and computational modeling to analyze large datasets of fossil occurrences, helping to reconstruct ancient ecosystems and identify patterns of diversification and extinction. These techniques allow researchers to overcome some of the inherent limitations of the fossil record and gain a more complete understanding of the Ordovician world. Such approaches are augmented by new technologies that provide unprecedented insights into ancient life. The ongoing investigation of Ordovician fossils and rocks has been revolutionized by the advent of advanced technologies, providing unprecedented insights into this pivotal period of Earth's history. High-resolution imaging techniques, such as micro-CT scanning, allow paleontologists to visualize the internal structures of fossils without physically dissecting them. This is particularly valuable for studying delicate specimens or those encased in hard rock matrices. By creating detailed 3D models, researchers can analyze the morphology of extinct organisms, revealing intricate details about their anatomy and potential lifestyles. Geochemical analysis offers another powerful tool for understanding Ordovician environments and the organisms that inhabited them. Isotopic analysis of fossilized remains and surrounding rocks can provide clues about ancient sea temperatures, salinity levels, and nutrient availability. These data can then be correlated with evolutionary events, such as the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event, GOBE, to explore the environmental drivers of diversification. Trace element analysis can also reveal information about the diets and metabolic processes of extinct organisms. Furthermore, advanced spectroscopic techniques like Raman spectroscopy and X-ray diffraction are used to identify the mineral composition of fossils and surrounding rocks. This can help to determine the taphonomic processes that affected fossil preservation and provide insights into the diagenetic alterations that occurred over millions of years. By combining these geochemical data with paleontological observations, researchers can reconstruct a more complete picture of Ordovician ecosystems and the factors that influence their evolution. The application of these technologies extends beyond individual fossils to the study of entire rock formations. Remote sensing techniques, such as LiDAR and hyperspectral imaging, are used to map out geological features and identify potential fossil-bearing sites. These technologies can cover large areas quickly and efficiently, allowing researchers to target their field efforts more effectively. Similarly, seismic surveys and ground-penetrating radar can provide subsurface information about the structure and composition of rock layers, helping to locate buried fossil deposits. As our understanding of the Ordovician world deepens, the need for accessible and well-curated fossil collections becomes ever more apparent. Several major museums and research institutions around the globe house extensive collections of Ordovician fossils, serving as invaluable resources for ongoing research. The legacy of the Ordovician period, with its explosion of marine life and the rise of formidable predators, is preserved in remarkable fossil collections around the world. These collections serve as invaluable resources for paleontologists and researchers seeking to understand this pivotal chapter in Earth's history. Several major museums and research institutions stand out for their extensive holdings of Ordovician fossils, each offering unique insights into the marine ecosystems of the time. The Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. boasts a comprehensive collection of Ordovician fossils, including numerous specimens from North America. Their collections showcase the diverse array of trilobites, brachiopods, and early vertebrates that thrived during this period. Detailed curatorial records and ongoing research initiatives make this museum a vital hub for Ordovician studies. Across the Atlantic, the Natural History Museum in London houses a significant collection of Ordovician fossils from various global locations, including important finds from the UK and Scandinavia. Their collections are particularly strong in graptolites, colonial organisms that serve as crucial index fossils for dating Ordovician rock layers. The museum's paleontology department actively conducts research on these fossils, contributing to our understanding of Ordovician biostratigraphy and paleobiogeography. In Canada, the Royal Ontario Museum, ROM, in Toronto, holds an impressive collection of Ordovician fossils, with a particular focus on specimens from the famous Burgess Shale-type deposits of Ontario. These deposits preserve a remarkable array of soft-bodied organisms, providing a rare glimpse into the complete Ordovician ecosystem. The ROM's ongoing research and public exhibitions make these fossils accessible to both scientists and the general public. These institutions, along with numerous other universities and research centers, play a vital role in preserving and studying Ordovician fossils. The ongoing research on these fossils is not just about understanding the past. It also provides valuable insights into the present and future of our planet, especially as we grapple with the challenges of climate change and its impact on marine life. Considering the dramatic climate shifts of the Ordovician period, what lessons can we learn from this ancient era that might inform our response to modern climate change and its potential impacts on marine ecosystems? The Ordovician period, though separated from us by hundreds of millions of years, offers invaluable insights into the dynamics of climate change and its profound effects on marine life, issues of critical importance today. The Ordovician was a time of significant climate fluctuation, transitioning from a relatively warm period to an ice age. Studying the causes and consequences of these ancient climate shifts provides a deep-time perspective on the processes driving modern climate change. The Ordovician witnessed a major glaciation event, the Andean-Saharan glaciation. By examining the geological records of this period, such as glacial deposits and shifts in sea levels, scientists can better understand the mechanisms that trigger and sustain ice ages. This knowledge is directly applicable to refining climate models used to predict the future trajectory of our current warming trend and the potential for abrupt climate shifts. The impact of climate change on Ordovician marine ecosystems is particularly relevant today. The period saw significant changes in ocean chemistry, including alterations in oxygen levels and ocean acidification, conditions that mirror those occurring in our oceans now. By studying how marine invertebrates, the dominant life forms of the Ordovician, responded to these stresses, we can gain crucial information about the vulnerability and resilience of modern marine species. Fossil records from key sites reveal which organisms thrived, which declined, and what adaptations allowed certain species to survive. This information can inform conservation efforts and help us protect vulnerable marine ecosystems. Furthermore, understanding the interplay between climate change and biodiversity during the Ordovician can help us predict the long-term consequences of current environmental changes. The Ordovician saw a great diversification of marine life, but also a major extinction event at its close, potentially linked to climate change. Learning from these past events can guide us in mitigating the negative impacts of modern climate change on marine biodiversity and ensuring the health of our oceans for future generations. As we continue to unearth the secrets of the Ordovician, we must also consider the ethical dimensions of this research. The excavation and study of Ordovician fossils, like all paleontological endeavors, involve several important ethical considerations. These range from the responsible collection and preservation of specimens to ensuring equitable access to research opportunities and respecting cultural heritage. One primary consideration is the potential damage to fossil sites during excavation. Ordovician fossil beds, often representing unique snapshots of ancient marine ecosystems, are non-renewable resources. Irresponsible digging can destroy delicate fossils and the geological context that provides crucial information about their age, environment, and relationships to other organisms. Therefore, paleontologists have a responsibility to employ careful excavation techniques, document finds meticulously, and minimize disturbance to the surrounding environment. Another ethical dimension concerns the ownership and accessibility of fossils. Historically, many significant fossil discoveries have been made on private land, leading to debates about whether these specimens should be considered private property or public resources. Striking a balance between the rights of landowners and the scientific community's interest in studying these fossils is essential. Furthermore, there is a growing emphasis on ensuring that fossil collections are accessible to researchers from diverse backgrounds and institutions, particularly those in the regions where the fossils were discovered. The study of Ordovician fossils also raises ethical questions about the potential for commercial exploitation. Rare and well-preserved specimens can be highly valuable, leading to a market for fossils that incentivizes unethical collecting practices and the destruction of fossil sites for profit. Paleontologists have a role to play in educating the public about the importance of responsible fossil collecting and advocating for regulations that protect fossil resources from commercial exploitation. Finally, it's essential to acknowledge that fossil discoveries can have cultural significance for indigenous communities who may have ancestral connections to the land where the fossils are found. Paleontologists should engage with these communities respectfully, seeking their input on the excavation and study of fossils and ensuring that their cultural heritage is honored. As we continue to uncover the secrets of the Ordovician period, it is important to remember that responsible fossil collecting is imperative to preserving our past. Now, let us turn our attention to biodiversity across geological periods. As life flourished in the Ordovician seas, its biodiversity stood in stark contrast to the periods that came before and after. The Cambrian explosion had set the stage, but the Ordovician truly diversified the cast of characters, establishing a new order in the marine world. While the Cambrian saw the initial burst of multicellular life, the Ordovician witnessed an unprecedented radiation of marine invertebrates. The number of distinct genera skyrocketed, far surpassing Cambrian levels. This diversification wasn't just about numbers, it was about innovation. Organisms developed new ecological strategies, leading to complex food webs and specialized niches. Brachiopods, mollusks, and echinoderms, among others, diversified into myriad forms, dominating the seafloor. Compared to the Silurian period that followed, the Ordovician maintained a higher level of overall biodiversity for much of its duration. The Silurian, while still diverse, saw some groups decline following the Ordovician-Silurian extinction events. These extinctions, triggered by climate change and sea level fluctuations, selectively removed certain organisms, impacting the overall richness of marine life. Several factors contributed to the Ordovician's biodiversity boom. The breakup of the supercontinent Rodinia led to increased shallow marine environments, ideal for invertebrate life. Changes in ocean chemistry, such as increased calcium levels, may have facilitated the development of skeletons and shells. Furthermore, the Ordovician saw the rise of complex ecological interactions, driving coevolution and specialization. The rise of jawless vertebrates, agnathons, during the Ordovician also played a role in shaping the marine ecosystem. While they were not dominant predators, their presence added another layer of complexity to the food web and potentially influenced the evolution of other species. The Ordovician was a unique period in Earth's history, characterized by exceptional biodiversity and evolutionary innovation. However, this period of flourishing life was not without its challenges, as dramatic shifts in climate and sea level would soon test the resilience of its inhabitants. The Ordovician period, while fostering an explosion of marine life, presented a climate and sea level profile distinctly different from its Paleozoic neighbors. The Cambrian, preceding the Ordovician, experienced generally warmer temperatures and higher sea levels. The Ordovician, however, began with a cooling trend. Glaciation events, particularly during the late Ordovician, caused a significant drop in sea levels, a stark contrast to the high sea levels of the Cambrian. Compared to the Silurian period that followed, the Ordovician saw a more dramatic fluctuation in sea levels. The Silurian was characterized by a gradual warming and stabilization of sea levels after the Ordovician glaciation, but the Ordovician was marked by the late Ordovician mass extinction. This event caused substantial changes in marine ecosystems, which contrasts with the Silurian's recovery and diversification. The Devonian period, often called the Age of Fishes, experienced a warmer climate overall compared to the Ordovician. While the Devonian also witnessed significant reef building, the composition differed significantly. The Ordovician reefs were dominated by early corals, bryozoans, and algae, whereas Devonian reefs were built by different types of corals and stromatoporoids. Sea levels in the Devonian were generally high, but the period experienced its own extinction event towards the end, leading to another set of environmental changes. The Carboniferous period, known for its vast coal swamps and high oxygen levels, presented a climate much warmer and more humid than the Ordovician. Sea levels fluctuated during the Carboniferous, but there was no evidence of the extensive glaciation seen in the late Ordovician. The Permian period, the last of the Paleozoic, was marked by increasing aridity and the formation of the supercontinent Pangaea. The end Permian extinction event, the largest in Earth's history, drastically altered marine and terrestrial life. The Ordovician extinction, while significant, occurred in a very different geological and climatic context. These differences in climate and sea level were intimately linked to the positions of the continents. The Ordovician period distinguished itself through a unique continental arrangement, a departure from both its Cambrian predecessor and subsequent geological eras. During this time, most of Earth's landmass was consolidated into the supercontinent Gondwana, situated predominantly in the southern hemisphere. This massive land aggregation differed sharply from the more dispersed continental configurations of other periods, such as the fragmented landmasses of the later Jurassic or the concentrated Pangaea of the Permian. Gondwana's polar positioning had profound implications for global climate and ocean currents. Its presence at the South Pole facilitated extensive glaciation, a major factor in the period's fluctuating sea levels and cooler temperatures. The sheer size of Gondwana also influenced ocean circulation patterns. The vast Panthalassic Ocean surrounding Gondwana allowed for the development of strong circumpolar currents. These currents played a crucial role in distributing heat around the globe and influencing regional climates. Upwelling along the coasts of Gondwana, driven by these currents, brought nutrient-rich waters to the surface, fostering high levels of marine productivity. The distribution of smaller continental blocks, such as Laurentia, present-day North America, and Baltica, present-day Northern Europe, also played a role. Laurentia, located near the equator, experienced warm, tropical conditions, fostering the development of extensive shallow water habitats and thriving reef ecosystems. Baltica, drifting from lower to higher latitudes during the Ordovician, witnessed a gradual shift in its climate and marine life. The seaways between these continents, such as the Iapetus Ocean, facilitated the dispersal of marine organisms and influenced regional oceanographic conditions. The unique interplay between these factors shaped the environmental backdrop against which Ordovician marine life diversified and evolved, leading to the emergence of new predator-prey dynamics. The Ordovician period witnessed the rise of formidable marine predators, marking a significant shift in the structure of marine food webs compared to the preceding Cambrian. Dominated by invertebrates, the Cambrian seas featured predators like Anomalocaris, a swimming predator of the time. The Ordovician saw the emergence of nautiloids, cephalopods encased in protective shells, some of which grew to enormous sizes and became apex predators, actively hunting a wide range of prey. One notable evolutionary trend was the escalating arms race between predators and prey. As predators like nautiloids became more efficient hunters, prey species developed increasingly sophisticated defense mechanisms. The diversification of brachiopods and the rise of heavily armored trilobites can be seen as responses to increased predation pressure. The development of spines, thicker shells, and burrowing behaviors offered protection against the growing threat. In contrast to the later Devonian period, often called the Age of Fishes, the Ordovician still had relatively primitive vertebrates. Jawless fishes, agnathons, were present, but they were not major predators. The absence of jawed fishes meant that invertebrates held the top predator positions. This contrasts sharply with the Silurian and Devonian periods that followed, where jawed fishes diversified rapidly and became dominant predators, fundamentally altering marine ecosystems. The Ordovician marine ecosystem also differed from the Mesozoic, which saw the rise of marine reptiles like ichthyosaurs and plesiosaurs. While the Ordovician seas teemed with invertebrate life and early fish, the Mesozoic was characterized by large, reptilian predators that filled ecological niches not present in the Ordovician. This difference highlights the continuing evolution and restructuring of marine food webs over geological time. The stage was set for dramatic changes in species composition and ecological interactions, driven by both biological innovations and environmental shifts. Before the Ordovician period, the Cambrian witnessed its own extinction events, though less severe than the Ordovician-Silurian event. These Cambrian extinctions thinned out some of the unique fauna that arose during the Cambrian explosion, setting the stage for the diversification of the marine invertebrates that would come to dominate the Ordovician seas. Organisms that were well suited to the environmental conditions of the Cambrian, such as certain types of primitive arthropods, gave way to new forms that were better adapted to the changing conditions leading into the Ordovician. This turnover paved the way for the ascendance of groups like the brachiopods, mollusks, and echinoderms, which diversified extensively during the Ordovician. Following the Ordovician, The late Devonian extinction event stands out as a major turning point in the history of life. This event, like the Ordovician Silurian extinction, disproportionately affected marine life, particularly reef-building organisms. The loss of extensive reef systems during the late Devonian had cascading effects throughout the marine ecosystem, altering patterns of sedimentation, nutrient cycling, and habitat availability. The extinction also impacted the jawless fish, agnathons, that had emerged during the Ordovician, as noted earlier, opening ecological niches for the rise of jawed fishes, gnathostomes, in the subsequent Carboniferous period. Later, the Permian-Triassic extinction event, the largest in Earth's history, dwarfed both the Ordovician Silurian and late Devonian events in terms of biodiversity loss. This cataclysmic event reshaped the biosphere, eliminating a vast array of marine and terrestrial organisms. The Permian-Triassic extinction cleared the stage for the rise of the dinosaurs and the modern terrestrial ecosystems that followed. The reduced competition and altered environmental conditions allowed for new evolutionary radiations and the establishment of novel ecological relationships. All this activity on land would not have been possible without the evolution of land plants that began during the Ordovician. While the Ordovician period is celebrated for its rich marine life, including the rise of early vertebrates, the story of land plants during this era is equally significant, albeit less dramatic on an immediate scale. Compared to the explosion of terrestrial flora in later periods like the Devonian and Carboniferous, the Ordovician saw only the humble beginnings of plant life on land. These weren't the towering forests of the future, but rather simple, non-vascular plants similar to modern-day mosses and liverworts. Fossil evidence suggests that these early land colonizers were small and lacked true roots, stems, or leaves. Their existence is primarily inferred from fossil spores and the presence of plant-derived organic matter in terrestrial sediments. These pioneering plants likely thrived in moist environments near the water's edge, gradually extending their reach inland. The limited development of land plants during the Ordovician stands in stark contrast to the rapid diversification seen in subsequent periods. The Devonian period, for example, witnessed the evolution of vascular plants with specialized tissues for water and nutrient transport, leading to the formation of the first forests. Similarly, the Carboniferous period saw the rise of giant lycophytes and ferns, transforming terrestrial landscapes and significantly altering atmospheric carbon levels. Despite their modest presence, the early land plants of the Ordovician had far-reaching consequences. Their pioneering efforts paved the way for the colonization of land by more complex plants and, eventually, animals. These early plants initiated the process of soil formation, stabilizing sediments and preventing erosion. They also began to influence the atmosphere by absorbing carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen, albeit on a smaller scale compared to later periods. The gradual oxygenation of the atmosphere, driven in part by these early land plants, created conditions that would eventually support the evolution of terrestrial animal life. The stage was being set for a more complex interplay between land and sea. As we consider the terrestrial environment's slow but steady evolution during the Ordovician, it becomes natural to wonder how these ancient marine ecosystems compare to those we see today. What similarities and differences exist between the Ordovician seas teeming with trilobites, brachiopods, and early vertebrates, and the modern oceans we know? The Ordovician period, teeming with life after the Cambrian explosion, presents a fascinating contrast to modern marine ecosystems. Both share fundamental characteristics: primary producers forming the base of the food web, diverse consumers occupying various trophic levels, and the crucial role of nutrient cycling. Yet, significant differences highlight the evolutionary journey life has undertaken. One striking distinction lies in the dominant life forms. While modern oceans are characterized by bony fishes, marine mammals, and sophisticated crustaceans, the Ordovician seas were ruled by invertebrates. Trilobites, brachiopods, corals, and cephalopods thrived, creating a vastly different ecological landscape. Early jawless fish, agnathons, marked the dawn of vertebrates, but they were far from the dominant force they would become. Reef ecosystems also present a contrast. Modern reefs are built primarily by scleractinian corals and calcareous algae, while Ordovician reefs were constructed by tabulate and rugose corals, bryozoans, and stromatoporoids. These ancient reefs, though functionally similar in providing habitat and supporting biodiversity, differed significantly in their composition and structure. Predation dynamics also varied substantially. The Ordovician saw the rise of formidable predators like nautiloid cephalopods and giant eurypterids, often referred to as sea scorpions. These creatures, armed with powerful tentacles or claws, exerted considerable predatory pressure on other marine organisms. While modern oceans have their apex predators, the specific types and their ecological impact differ from their Ordovician counterparts. Finally, atmospheric and oceanic conditions played a crucial role in shaping these ecosystems. The Ordovician atmosphere had higher carbon dioxide levels, leading to warmer ocean temperatures and different patterns of ocean circulation compared to today. These environmental factors influenced the distribution and abundance of marine life, contributing to the unique character of the Ordovician marine ecosystem. Understanding these differences provides valuable insights into how life adapts and evolves in response to changing environmental conditions, a theme that resonates strongly when considering long-term evolutionary trends and the impact of environmental change. The Ordovician period provides a critical lens through which to view long-term evolutionary trends, especially concerning the interplay between environmental shifts and biological innovation. The period's dramatic diversification of marine invertebrates, building upon the foundations laid by the Cambrian explosion, illustrates the capacity of life to rapidly adapt and fill newly available ecological niches. The development of complex reef systems, dominated by now extinct organisms like tabulate corals and stromatoporoids, demonstrates how quickly ecosystems can evolve and restructure themselves. The emergence of early vertebrates during the Ordovician offers insights into the initial steps of vertebrate evolution. The appearance of jawless fishes, agnathons, and the development of bone and cartilage laid the groundwork for the later evolution of jawed vertebrates and, eventually, the tetrapods that colonized land. Studying these early vertebrates helps us understand the selective pressures that drove the evolution of key vertebrate features. The Ordovician period also serves as a stark reminder of the vulnerability of life to environmental change. The Ordovician Silurian extinction event, one of the largest mass extinctions in Earth's history, dramatically reshaped marine ecosystems. The study of this extinction event highlights the potential consequences of climate change, sea level fluctuations, and other environmental stresses on biodiversity. By examining the patterns of extinction and recovery during the Ordovician, scientists can gain valuable insights into the resilience and adaptability of life in the face of global change. The period's fossil record offers a unique opportunity to examine the long-term effects of environmental perturbations on evolutionary trajectories. The Ordovician's legacy extends far beyond its immediate impact, shaping the course of evolution for hundreds of millions of years. Understanding the events of this period is crucial for comprehending the history of life on Earth and for addressing the challenges facing our planet today. As we continue to probe the mysteries of the Ordovician, we are inevitably drawn to consider the factors that led to its dramatic conclusion, specifically the causes and consequences of the Ordovician Silurian extinction event. The Ordovician period, a chapter in Earth's history marked by the flourishing of marine life and the rise of early vertebrates, culminated in one of the most significant extinction events in the planet's history, the Ordovician Silurian extinction. This cataclysmic event, which occurred approximately 443 million years ago, eradicated an estimated 85% of marine species, leaving a profound impact on the trajectory of life on Earth. Despite decades of research, several fundamental questions about the causes and consequences of this extinction event remain hotly debated among scientists. One of the most persistent enigmas revolves around the precise triggers of the extinction. Evidence points to a complex interplay of factors, including dramatic climate change, sea level fluctuations, and possibly even volcanism. The leading hypothesis suggests that the extinction was initiated by a shift towards a cooler climate, culminating in a period of intense glaciation on the supercontinent Gondwana. This glaciation led to a significant drop in sea levels, devastating shallow water marine habitats where biodiversity was concentrated. Yet, the exact mechanisms by which these environmental changes translated into widespread extinction remain unclear. For example, the specific physiological tolerances of different Ordovician species to temperature and oxygen level changes are not fully understood, hindering our ability to model the impact of these factors accurately. The consequences of the Ordovician Silurian extinction are equally complex. While the event decimated many established groups, it also paved the way for the diversification of new lineages in the subsequent Silurian period. However, the precise ecological dynamics of this transition are still debated. Did the extinction create vacant niches that were rapidly filled by opportunistic species, or did it fundamentally alter the structure and function of marine ecosystems in a more lasting way? The fossil record provides snapshots of these changes, but teasing apart cause and effect is challenging. These unresolved questions highlight the need for continued research into the Ordovician Silurian extinction event. By integrating data from paleontology, geochemistry, and climate modeling, scientists hope to gain a more comprehensive understanding of this pivotal moment in Earth's history. This understanding will not only shed light on the past, but also provide valuable insights into the potential impacts of current environmental changes on the planet's biodiversity. The study of the Ordovician period reveals intricate relationships between various groups of organisms. However, some evolutionary relationships remain a puzzle, leading to ongoing debates among scientists. The Ordovician period, a crucible of evolutionary experimentation, presents paleontologists with a fascinating puzzle, untangling the precise relationships between its diverse inhabitants. While the fossil record paints a vivid picture of the period's dominant life forms, debates continue regarding the finer points of their evolutionary connections. Consider the trilobites, those emblematic arthropods of the Paleozoic. Their diversification during the Cambrian explosion set the stage for their reign in the Ordovician seas. However, the exact lineage connecting different trilobite orders remains a subject of ongoing research. Scientists use detailed morphological analyses, examining features like the number of segments, the structure of the cephalon, head shield, and the arrangement of facial sutures to construct phylogenetic trees. Yet, convergent evolution, where unrelated groups independently evolve similar traits, can confound these efforts, making it difficult to discern true ancestry from superficial resemblance. Cephalopods, particularly the nautiloids that rose to prominence as apex predators, also present intriguing evolutionary questions. The rapid diversification of cephalopod shell shapes and sizes during the Ordovician suggests a period of intense adaptive radiation. Understanding the selective pressures that drove these changes and how different shell morphologies relate to specific ecological niches is an active area of investigation. Were certain shell shapes more hydrodynamic, conferring an advantage in pursuing prey? Did others provide better protection against the growing threat of predation? Furthermore, the relationship between early jawless vertebrates, agnathons, and the invertebrate world is a subject of intense scrutiny. The emergence of these primitive fish marked a pivotal moment in vertebrate evolution, yet their precise place within the broader tree of life and their interactions with contemporary invertebrates are still being elucidated. Did the rise of agnathons exert a selective pressure on invertebrate populations, driving the evolution of more robust defenses? Or were they relatively minor players in the Ordovician food web? These ongoing debates highlight the challenges inherent in reconstructing evolutionary history from incomplete fossil data. New fossil discoveries, coupled with advances in phylogenetic analysis and molecular clock techniques, promise to shed further light on these unresolved questions. As we continue to explore the mysteries of the Ordovician, one thing is clear. This period was a dynamic and transformative chapter in the history of life, with evolutionary relationships that continue to challenge and inspire scientists today. The environmental changes, including the advance of glaciers, undoubtedly played a role in shaping these evolutionary trajectories, but the precise timing and extent of these glacial events remain uncertain. The late Ordovician glaciation event dramatically reshaped marine environments, but significant uncertainties persist regarding its precise timing and extent. High-resolution dating of glacial deposits is challenging, leading to debates about whether the glaciation was a single, prolonged event or a series of shorter glacial pulses. The exact onset and termination of glacial phases remain elusive, hindering efforts to correlate glacial activity with biotic changes. Global sea level changes during the Ordovician are well documented, as the topic has been discussed in previous sections, but linking these changes definitively to glacial ice volume is not straightforward. Tectonic activity and regional subsidence also influence sea levels, complicating the interpretation of sea level curves as direct proxies for glaciation. Distinguishing between eustatic sea level changes driven by global factors like glaciation and local or regional sea level variations is an ongoing challenge. The geographical extent of the ice sheet is another source of uncertainty. Paleogeographic reconstructions place the center of glaciation in the region of present-day North Africa, but the precise boundaries of the ice sheet are poorly constrained. Evidence for glaciation outside of North Africa, such as in South America, is debated, with some researchers attributing these deposits to other processes like debris flows or turbidites. Isotopic proxies, such as oxygen isotopes in marine fossils, provide valuable insights into past temperatures and ice volumes. However, these proxies can be influenced by factors other than glaciation, such as changes in ocean salinity or local temperature variations. Disentangling the various influences on isotopic signals is crucial for accurately reconstructing past glacial conditions. These uncertainties create challenges for understanding the precise relationship between glaciation and major biotic events, such as the Ordovician mass extinction. It is difficult to determine whether glaciation was the primary driver of extinction or whether other factors, like changes in ocean chemistry or sea level, played a more significant role. Unlocking the mysteries surrounding the Ordovician glaciation is critical for understanding the complex interplay between climate, tectonics, and life during this pivotal period of Earth's history. As we continue to investigate these factors, it is important to consider the role of other large-scale environmental shifts in shaping the Ordovician world, such as the influence of volcanic activity. Volcanic activity exerted considerable influence over the Ordovician seas, directly and indirectly shaping the environment and the evolutionary trajectories of its inhabitants. This volcanic forcing was not uniform. Rather, it manifested as pulses of activity, each with unique consequences for the marine ecosystem. One primary impact of volcanic eruptions was the release of massive quantities of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. This likely amplified the global warming trend already in motion during the Ordovician, contributing to sea level rise and the expansion of shallow marine habitats. This benefited some organisms, such as the rapidly diversifying marine invertebrates, by providing new ecological niches. However, it also stressed others, particularly those adapted to cooler, deeper waters. Volcanic eruptions also released substantial amounts of ash and other particulate matter into both the atmosphere and the oceans. Atmospheric ash clouds could have reduced sunlight, temporarily lowering photosynthetic rates and impacting primary producers. In the oceans, ashfall could have smothered benthic communities and altered water chemistry. The weathering of volcanic rocks released essential nutrients into seawater, which could have stimulated phytoplankton blooms and increased overall productivity. The magnitude and duration of these effects depended on the scale and frequency of volcanic events. The Ordovician witnessed the diversification of early vertebrates, including the jawless agnathons. Volcanic activity may have played a role in their evolution by creating selective pressures. The altered water chemistry and temperature fluctuations driven by volcanism could have favored certain physiological adaptations, driving the evolution of bone and cartilage. Volcanic activity can further be linked to the ecological success of cephalopods, which rose to prominence as formidable predators in the Ordovician seas. They were highly mobile and adaptable, allowing them to exploit new hunting grounds and prey resources that emerged in the wake of environmentally transformative volcanic events. Reconstructing the precise role of volcanism in the Ordovician environment is a complex challenge. It requires integrating geological evidence of volcanic eruptions with paleontological data on the distribution and evolution of marine organisms. This can be achieved through sophisticated geochemical analyses of ancient rocks and fossils, and by developing detailed climate models that simulate the effects of volcanic activity on global temperatures, sea levels, and ocean chemistry. Such models and analyses are vital to unraveling the intricate interplay between volcanism and life in the Ordovician seas. As we explore the intricate web of life in the Ordovician seas, it is natural to ask, what are some of the challenges involved in reconstructing the Ordovician marine food web, and how are researchers addressing these challenges? Reconstructing the Ordovician marine food web presents a formidable challenge, primarily due to the incomplete nature of the fossil record. Soft-bodied organisms, which likely played crucial roles, are rarely preserved, leading to a biased view dominated by shelled invertebrates and early vertebrates. Taphonomic processes, such as decay and scavenging, further complicate matters as they selectively remove or obscure evidence of predator-prey interactions. Another significant hurdle lies in deciphering the ecological roles of extinct organisms based solely on morphology. While anatomical features can provide clues about feeding habits and lifestyle, inferring trophic relationships requires careful consideration of functional morphology, biomechanics, and comparisons with modern analogues. For example, the presence of a radula in a fossil gastropod suggests herbivory or scavenging, but determining its specific diet and position in the food web necessitates detailed analysis of its tooth structure and potential food sources. Researchers employ various strategies to address these challenges. Lagerstätten, fossil sites with exceptional preservation, offer glimpses into Ordovician ecosystems, capturing a wider range of organisms, including soft-bodied forms. Geochemical analyses, such as stable isotope studies, provide insights into the diets of ancient organisms by examining the isotopic composition of their fossilized tissues. These analyses can reveal whether an organism was a primary producer, herbivore, or carnivore, and even provide information about its preferred prey. Advanced computational modeling and network analysis are also increasingly used to reconstruct Ordovician food webs. By integrating data from fossil occurrences, morphological traits, and geochemical analyses, these models can simulate energy flow and trophic interactions within ancient ecosystems. Such approaches allow researchers to test hypotheses about the structure and stability of Ordovician food webs and identify key species that may have played disproportionately important roles. Despite these advances, significant uncertainties remain. The Ordovician marine environment was undergoing dramatic changes, including the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event, GOBE, which may have profoundly influenced food web structure. While the exact mechanisms driving the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event, GOBE, remain a subject of intense scientific scrutiny, several compelling alternative hypotheses have emerged, challenging and complementing the traditional explanations. One prominent hypothesis centers on the role of nutrient availability in the oceans. Increased upwelling, driven by tectonic shifts and altered ocean circulation patterns, could have delivered essential nutrients like phosphorus and nitrogen to surface waters. This influx of nutrients would have fueled primary productivity, leading to a surge in phytoplankton populations. This, in turn, would have supported the burgeoning marine food web, creating opportunities for diversification at all trophic levels. Another intriguing hypothesis emphasizes the importance of environmental instability. The Ordovician was not a period of uniform conditions. Rather, it experienced fluctuations in sea level, temperature, and ocean chemistry. These dynamic conditions may have acted as a selective pressure, favoring organisms with greater adaptability and resilience. As different populations adapted to varying local conditions, this could have spurred the evolution of new species and ecological strategies. The role of symbiotic relationships in driving diversification is also gaining recognition. The Ordovician saw the rise of complex ecosystems, and symbiotic partnerships between different organisms could have played a crucial role in facilitating adaptation and innovation. For example, the evolution of algal symbiosis in corals may have allowed them to colonize shallower, nutrient-poor waters, leading to the expansion of reef ecosystems and the diversification of reef-associated organisms. Finally, some researchers propose that the gobe was, in part, a consequence of the Cambrian explosion. The Cambrian set the stage by establishing the basic body plans and genetic toolkits that would be elaborated upon during the Ordovician. This suggests that the Ordovician diversification was not a completely independent event, but rather a continuation and refinement of evolutionary processes that began much earlier, and the appearance of early land plants also may have played a role in this event. As we continue to explore the mysteries of the Ordovician, another aspect gaining attention is how the emergence of early land plants influenced weathering and erosion of rocks during the period. What are the uncertainties surrounding this process? The Ordovician period witnessed the humble beginnings of plant life colonizing land, a pivotal development that subtly began reshaping terrestrial landscapes and influencing the very chemistry of the planet. While marine ecosystems teemed with diversifying invertebrates and the first glimpses of vertebrate life, the continents were far from barren. Early land plants, primarily non-vascular forms resembling modern-day mosses and liverworts, initiated a gradual process of weathering and erosion distinct from purely physical forces. These pioneering plants, though simple in structure, secreted organic acids that chemically attacked the exposed bedrock. This bio-weathering process, coupled with the physical action of plant roots, however rudimentary, accelerated the breakdown of rocks into smaller particles. Increased soil formation, even on a small scale, led to greater sediment runoff into the oceans. This influx of terrestrial material had several potential consequences for marine environments, including altered nutrient cycles and increased turbidity. Uncertainties abound regarding the precise magnitude and impact of this early plant-driven weathering. Determining the extent to which these primitive plants influenced global biogeochemical cycles remains challenging. Scientists are still working to understand how much organic carbon was sequestered by these early land plants, and how this sequestration affected atmospheric carbon dioxide levels and, consequently, global climate. Fossil evidence of these early land plants is sparse, making it difficult to reconstruct their distribution and abundance accurately. Furthermore, disentangling the effects of plant-induced weathering from other concurrent geological processes, such as tectonic uplift and volcanic activity, poses a significant challenge. Computer models and geochemical analyses offer valuable tools for estimating the impact of early land plants on weathering rates and sediment transport. However, these models rely on assumptions about plant physiology and environmental conditions that are difficult to verify directly from the fossil record. Reconstructing the full picture of early terrestrial ecosystems and their influence on global processes continues to be an area of active research, holding the potential to reshape our understanding of the interplay between life and the environment during the Ordovician period. As we continue to explore the mysteries of this transformative era, it is natural to wonder what new discoveries will shed light on the many unresolved questions that remain. Future insights into the Ordovician period's enigmas will likely stem from several key areas of ongoing and potential research. Advanced geochemical analyses promise to refine our understanding of the Ordovician carbon cycle and its fluctuations, potentially unraveling the precise triggers and mechanisms behind the period's dramatic climate shifts and extinction events. high-resolution isotope stratigraphy, coupled with innovative climate modeling, could reveal the intricate interplay between ocean chemistry, atmospheric conditions, and biotic responses. Exploration of previously understudied regions, particularly in areas with limited fossil records, holds substantial promise. Discoveries in these locales may unearth new species and ecosystems, filling critical gaps in our knowledge of Ordovician biodiversity and biogeography. Furthermore, continued investigation into the paleobiological aspects of the seas will help define the evolutionary pressures that shaped the apex predators of the time. Technological advancements in paleontology, such as virtual reconstruction techniques and advanced imaging methods, will enable researchers to examine Ordovician fossils in unprecedented detail. This could reveal subtle anatomical features, shedding light on the functional morphology and evolutionary relationships of key organisms, including the early vertebrates and dominant cephalopods. Comparative genomics, applied to extant relatives of Ordovician organisms, may provide insights into the genetic underpinnings of evolutionary innovations that arose during this period. By tracing the evolutionary history of genes and developmental pathways, scientists can gain a deeper understanding of the genetic mechanisms that drove the diversification of life in the Ordovician seas. Ultimately, an interdisciplinary approach, integrating data from geology, paleontology, geochemistry, and molecular biology, will be essential for resolving the remaining mysteries of the Ordovician period. By combining these diverse lines of evidence, researchers can construct a more comprehensive and nuanced picture of this pivotal chapter in Earth's history. The stage is now set to recap the key events and characteristics of the Ordovician period, highlighting its profound significance in shaping the trajectory of life on our planet. The Ordovician period, a chapter in Earth's paleontological record, sets the stage for understanding life's trajectory. Following the Cambrian explosion, the Ordovician witnessed an unparalleled diversification of marine invertebrates. This era, spanning roughly 47 million years, introduced ecological complexity and evolutionary novelty that forever altered the course of life. Tectonic activity sculpted the planet's geography during this period, influencing ocean currents and climate patterns. Sea levels rose, flooding continental shelves and creating vast, shallow marine environments. These conditions fostered the proliferation of marine organisms, leading to the establishment of intricate food webs and ecological niches. The Ordovician seas teemed with life. Trilobites, survivors of the Cambrian, diversified into a myriad of forms, adapting to various ecological roles. Eurypterids, early arthropod predators, emerged as formidable hunters, while nautiloids, with their jet propulsion systems and sophisticated sensory organs, became apex predators. The appearance of early fish marked a crucial step in vertebrate evolution, setting the stage for the dominance of jawed fishes in later periods. Reef ecosystems also underwent significant development during the Ordovician, with early coral and sponge-like organisms forming complex structures that provided habitats for diverse communities of marine life. Fossil sites around the world, from North America to Baltica, offer glimpses into these ancient ecosystems, preserving the remains of countless organisms that thrived in the Ordovician seas. However, the Ordovician period was not without its challenges. Climate shifts, including periods of glaciation, caused significant environmental changes that impacted marine life. The end Ordovician extinction event, one of the most severe in Earth's history, wiped out a large percentage of marine species, reshaping the composition of marine ecosystems. Despite this mass extinction, the Ordovician period left a lasting legacy, setting the stage for the evolution of more complex life forms and the development of modern marine ecosystems. The ecological pressures and evolutionary innovations of the Ordovician laid the groundwork for the subsequent radiation of life in the Silurian and beyond. The Ordovician period played a pivotal role in sculpting the marine ecosystems that would follow, setting the stage for the evolution of more intricate life forms in the periods to come. The diversification of marine invertebrates during this time established complex food webs and ecological niches that subsequent organisms would exploit and further refine. The rise of formidable predators like nautiloids and eurypterids instigated an evolutionary arms race, driving the development of defensive strategies in their prey, such as the enhanced armor and burrowing behaviors seen in trilobites and other invertebrates. This predator-prey dynamic spurred innovation and adaptation. The early jawless fish, agnathons, also contributed to the evolving ecological structure. Their emergence marked the beginning of vertebrate influence in marine environments, paving the way for the diversification of jawed fishes in later periods. The Ordovician witnessed the construction of extensive reef systems, primarily by tabulate corals and stromatoporoids. These reefs created diverse habitats that supported a wide array of marine life, fostering biodiversity and ecological complexity. The development of these reef ecosystems prefigured the more complex coral reefs that would dominate tropical seas in the Mesozoic and Cenozoic eras. The environmental changes of the Ordovician, including significant climate shifts and sea level fluctuations, acted as selective pressures that drove evolutionary innovation and adaptation. Organisms that could tolerate or exploit these changing conditions thrived, while others faced extinction. This process of environmental selection shaped the trajectory of marine life, favoring traits that would prove advantageous in subsequent periods. The Ordovician period, therefore, served as a crucial incubator for marine biodiversity and ecological innovation, laying the foundation for the more complex and diverse marine ecosystems that would characterize the rest of the Paleozoic era and beyond. As we consider the transformative effects of the Ordovician on marine life, it becomes essential to consider the broader implications of environmental change on biodiversity and the resilience of ecosystems, lessons that remain relevant in our modern world. The Ordovician period provides invaluable lessons regarding the intricate relationship between environmental change, biodiversity, and ecosystem resilience. The period witnessed dramatic shifts, most notably the Ordovician Silurian extinction event. These events serve as a stark reminder of the vulnerability of even seemingly robust ecosystems. The diversification of marine invertebrates during the Ordovician, while explosive, was not immune to environmental pressures. The very conditions that fostered their initial success, stable climates and diverse habitats, became liabilities when those conditions changed rapidly. Glaciation events, sea level fluctuations, and changes in ocean chemistry placed immense stress on marine life. The fossil record reveals that while some groups perished, others adapted and diversified, demonstrating the complex interplay between extinction and innovation. For instance, while trilobites suffered significant losses, other groups like brachiopods and graptolites diversified into new ecological niches. This highlights a crucial point. Biodiversity, in and of itself, does not guarantee resilience. Rather, the type of biodiversity, the functional roles organisms play, and the adaptability of key species are crucial. The rise of early vertebrates, with their novel adaptations, occurred alongside these environmental upheavals. Their emergence and diversification hint at the potential for evolutionary innovation to buffer ecosystems against change. However, the Ordovician extinction demonstrates that even significant evolutionary advancements are not always enough to prevent biodiversity loss on a large scale. The Ordovician period underscores the importance of understanding the thresholds beyond which ecosystems can no longer adapt. It reveals that rapid environmental change can overwhelm even the most diverse and seemingly stable biological communities. By studying the specific vulnerabilities of Ordovician marine ecosystems, we can gain insights into the potential impacts of modern climate change and other anthropogenic disturbances on biodiversity and ecosystem function. Understanding the specific adaptations that allowed certain lineages to survive while others perished is crucial for predicting future ecosystem responses to environmental stress. Examining the ecological roles of organisms that went extinct compared to those that survived can provide valuable insights into the functional redundancy and resilience of ecosystems. The Ordovician period serves as a natural laboratory for understanding the long-term consequences of environmental change on life's trajectory, highlighting the need for continued research into this pivotal era in Earth's history. Unlocking the secrets of the Ordovician period requires continued exploration across multiple scientific disciplines. One critical area for future research involves refining our understanding of the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event, GOBE. While we've charted the explosion of marine invertebrate life, the precise drivers and mechanisms behind this diversification remain elusive. Advanced genomic studies, coupled with detailed paleoecological analyses, promise to reveal the genetic and environmental factors that fueled this evolutionary burst. Further investigation into the end Ordovician mass extinction event is also crucial. Understanding the interplay between volcanic activity, sea level fluctuations, and the resulting environmental stresses will provide valuable insights into the dynamics of mass extinctions. High-resolution geochemical analyses of sedimentary rocks from this period can help pinpoint the exact causes and consequences of this devastating event, offering lessons applicable to modern climate change scenarios. The evolution of early vertebrates during the Ordovician presents another exciting avenue for research. Discovering more complete fossils of agnathons and analyzing their skeletal structures with advanced imaging techniques will shed light on the development of key vertebrate features. Comparative studies with modern jawless fishes can further illuminate the evolutionary trajectory of this pivotal group. In addition to paleontological and geochemical studies, there is a growing need for sophisticated climate modeling of the Ordovician period. Integrating data on atmospheric composition, ocean currents, and tectonic configurations will allow scientists to create more accurate simulations of the Ordovician climate. These models can then be used to test hypotheses about the impact of climate change on marine ecosystems and the evolution of life. These studies will not only deepen our understanding of the Ordovician, but also provide crucial context for interpreting the history of life on Earth. As we unravel the mysteries of this ancient period, we gain valuable insights into the processes that have shaped our planet and the forces that continue to drive evolution. As we continue to explore the vastness of the Ordovician seas, one question remains: how did this period of marine dominance influence the evolution of terrestrial ecosystems? While the Ordovician period is celebrated for its dramatic marine diversification, its influence on terrestrial ecosystems, though less conspicuous, was foundational. The story of life's movement onto land is a complex one, and the Ordovician represents an important early chapter. One crucial development was the evolution of early plant life on land. Though simple in structure, these pioneering plants, likely similar to modern-day liverworts and mosses, began to colonize moist terrestrial environments. Their presence, even in a limited capacity, initiated the processes of soil formation and stabilization, creating habitats that could eventually support more complex organisms. These early plants also began to alter the atmosphere through photosynthesis, contributing to a gradual increase in oxygen levels, a change that would have profound implications for the evolution of all life, both marine and terrestrial. The emergence of terrestrial invertebrates also began during this time. Fossil evidence, though sparse, suggests that arthropods, such as millipede-like creatures, were among the first animals to venture onto land. These early terrestrial pioneers would have fed on decaying plant matter and other organic material, contributing to nutrient cycling and soil development. The impact of these changes extended beyond the land itself. The weathering of rocks by early plant life and the subsequent runoff of minerals into the oceans may have influenced marine biogeochemical cycles, potentially contributing to the diversification of marine life. The increasing oxygen levels in the atmosphere, driven by terrestrial plant photosynthesis, would also have affected the oxygen concentration of shallow marine environments, creating new opportunities and challenges for marine organisms. The Ordovician period set the stage for the more extensive colonization of land that would occur in subsequent geological periods. It established the basic building blocks of terrestrial ecosystems, primary producers, decomposers, and the initial stages of soil formation. These developments, though seemingly small in comparison to the marine revolution occurring simultaneously, were critical steps in the long journey of life's expansion onto the continents. With the foundations of terrestrial ecosystems established, the stage was set for the evolution of more complex and diverse terrestrial communities in the ages to come. As we continue to investigate the fascinating world of the Ordovician, it becomes crucial to reflect on the impact of these ancient predators on marine life. What are the key takeaways from the study of Ordovician predators and their impact on marine life? The Ordovician period, with its burgeoning marine ecosystems, offers invaluable insights into the dynamics of predator-prey relationships and their profound influence on the trajectory of life. One key takeaway centers on the escalating arms race between predators and their prey. As cephalopods like the nautiloids evolved sophisticated hunting strategies, including jet propulsion and advanced sensory systems, other marine organisms responded with their own defensive adaptations. Trilobites, for instance, developed elaborate spines and enrolled as a protective measure against predation. Eurypterids, another group of formidable predators, further shaped the marine landscape. Their presence likely exerted selective pressure on various invertebrate groups, influencing their distribution and abundance. The emergence of early fish, though jawless, added another layer of complexity to the predator-prey dynamic, contributing to the diversification of marine ecosystems. The study of Ordovician predators also highlights the concept of ecological niches and the partitioning of resources. Different predatory groups likely targeted different prey and occupied distinct habitats, minimizing direct competition and promoting overall biodiversity. This intricate web of interactions underscores the importance of predation as a driving force in shaping community structure and ecosystem function. Fossil evidence from key sites around the world provides crucial data for reconstructing these ancient food webs and understanding the ecological roles of various predators. By examining fossilized remains, scientists can infer feeding habits, predator-prey interactions, and the overall trophic structure of Ordovician marine ecosystems. These investigations reveal the cascading effects of predation, where the presence or absence of a top predator can have significant consequences for lower trophic levels. Ultimately, the Ordovician period serves as a compelling case study of how predation can drive evolutionary innovation, promote ecological diversity, and shape the structure of marine communities. Understanding these dynamics is essential for comprehending the long-term evolution of life on Earth and the complex interplay between organisms and their environment. Such interplay also had a significant impact on the biogeochemical cycles of the planet. With the proliferation of marine life, particularly organisms with calcium carbonate shells, the Ordovician period played a crucial role in sequestering carbon. The Ordovician period offers invaluable insights into the long-term carbon cycle and its profound impact on global climate dynamics. The proliferation of marine life, particularly the flourishing of calcifying organisms, played a significant role in sequestering atmospheric carbon dioxide. As these organisms, such as brachiopods, corals, and the newly evolved cephalopods, constructed their calcium carbonate shells and skeletons, they effectively locked away vast quantities of carbon. This process contributed to a gradual drawdown of atmospheric CO2 levels, influencing the overall climate system. The formation of extensive carbonate platforms and reefs during the Ordovician further amplified carbon sequestration. These geological structures acted as long-term carbon sinks, storing carbon over millions of years. The sheer scale of these biological and geological processes had a cooling effect on the planet, counteracting the warming influence of volcanic activity. However, the Ordovician period also witnessed significant climate fluctuations, including a major glaciation event towards its end. This late Ordovician glaciation is attributed to a complex interplay of factors, including changes in continental configuration, ocean currents, and potentially a critical threshold in atmospheric CO2 concentration. As discussed earlier, the rapid burial of organic matter in anoxic environments could have triggered a sudden drop in atmospheric carbon dioxide levels, leading to a cooling trend and the onset of glaciation. The study of Ordovician rocks and fossils provides critical data for understanding the sensitivity of Earth's climate to changes in atmospheric carbon dioxide. By analyzing the isotopic composition of carbonate rocks and the distribution of fossil organisms, scientists can reconstruct past climate conditions and gain insights into the feedback mechanisms that regulate the carbon cycle. This knowledge is particularly relevant today as we grapple with the challenges of anthropogenic climate change and the need to mitigate its impacts. The Ordovician period serves as a natural experiment, demonstrating the power of biological and geological processes to influence the long-term carbon cycle and shape Earth's climate. This understanding of the Ordovician's carbon cycle sets the stage for examining its lasting legacy on the evolution of life and the shaping of Earth's environment. The Ordovician period, an era of profound marine diversification and ecological experimentation, left an indelible mark on the trajectory of life on Earth. Its legacy extends far beyond its duration, influencing the composition of marine ecosystems and setting the stage for future evolutionary developments. One of the most significant contributions of the Ordovician was the Great Ordovician Biodiversification Event, GOB. This dramatic increase in the variety of marine life reshaped the planet's ecological landscape. The period saw the rise of complex food webs, driven by escalating predator-prey dynamics. The escalation of these dynamics shaped the evolutionary pathways for countless species. The Ordovician period also witnessed critical innovations in skeletal structures. The emergence of biomineralization, the process by which organisms create minerals for structural support, led to the proliferation of shelled organisms and laid the foundation for the development of more robust skeletons in later vertebrates. The evolution of bone and cartilage in early fish, though primitive, was a crucial step toward the eventual dominance of vertebrates. The environmental shifts during the Ordovician, particularly the fluctuating sea levels and the eventual glaciation event, exerted selective pressures that drove adaptation and extinction. These events shaped the distribution of marine organisms and influenced the development of new survival strategies. The late Ordovician mass extinction, though devastating, cleared ecological space for new groups to emerge and diversify in the subsequent Silurian period. Therefore, the Ordovician period stands as a pivotal chapter in the history of life. It was a period of intense evolutionary experimentation, ecological innovation, and environmental upheaval. Its legacy is etched in the fossil record, reminding us of the dynamic interplay between life and environment. The echoes of the Ordovician resonate through the ages, shaping the world we know today.